Welcome to the first track tutorial for the Virtual Endurance Championship, brought to you by Unified Potential and Swindon Care Center Racing. We'll now go on board with Sim Racer Extraordinaire and Coaching Director for Racing Upward, Wyatt Gooden, as he shows us the fast way around Circuit de la Sarthe, or simply, LeMans.
Hi, I'm Wyatt Gooden. I'm going to take you for a lap of the LeMans circuit. So, fast track requires low downforce trim. Despite that, you've got a lot of challenging corners, so let's get to it. Go into the Dunlop curves, already eyeing how you're going to set up the car for braking going into the Dunlop chicane, left apex, right apex. Make sure you really cut those apex curves, maximize that radius through there. Going into the S's here, just again thinking ahead, braking early, turning in early. Got to get that left front tire, really want to get it on the inside curb. Same thing with the right apex here, so you can power through it out of it. Back up the braking, brake early, power through here early. It's all about getting back on the power early. A lot of guys try to rush that section by barreling in on the brakes. You lose all that exit speed, so get that exit speed right so you can get a good run onto the straightaway. We're on the Mulsanne straightaway here. Really, really, really long. Try not to get too distracted by the scenery. There's lots of stuff to look at. Got to keep focused. Braking markers up ahead. We're going to brake in between the 2 and the 100. And you try to get that right front on that first apex curb. Likewise with the left front tire, use those curbs to help keep the car rotating without having to steer so much. You get a good run through the chicane, very important, as you got the continuation of the straightaway here. Heading up into our braking markers. We're going to brake about at the 150. A little bit later here than the first Mulsanne chicane, and use a little bit more of the apex curb in the first apex there. Helps us brake at a diagonal. You can brake a bit deeper that way. Back onto the straight, final run on the Mulsanne leading into the hairpin between turns 16 and 17. This one's also tricky on braking. You got to find a straight line to brake, despite the corner being a bit of a double apex. So we brake at a diagonal here. Try to keep the car as straight as we can. Really don't want to lock up here. If you risk a lock up here, you're going to lose a lot of speed coming out. You need all that grip in the front tires for turn into the hairpin. It's important to get a good run out of there. Again, this leading onto another long straightaway, which is what makes this track notoriously tricky, is just having to run the car in low downforce trim and having to deal with a lot of low speed corners. So we're going to go to a slight right, leading immediately into Indianapolis corner. So you don't want to carry too much speed through the right, so that we can set up the car appropriately for braking into Indianapolis. This hairpin up ahead, you got to get the threshold braking done early, so that you can get the traction and power out. It's really easy to overshoot a lot of these braking zones because we're running in low downforce trim. The car's not as comfortable as it normally is at other tracks. but that's part of the appeal to LeMans. It's a challenge. So heading into the last section, last high downforce section is the Porsche curves. Really want to get turned in early, get the car tight to the inside and the right and the left here, so you can power through these S's early. Don't want to overdo it. You want to keep tight to the inside. And the last bit of the Porsche curves here, this off-camber left, really tricky. Got to make sure you're thinking ahead, braking early, getting back to power early to stabilize the car. And into this last double chicane, you want to get to know every inch of these chicanes here so that you can cut them appropriately. You take the straightest line possible. Back up the braking into the second chicane. Use the curves, last apex, and that's a lap of the LeMans circuit.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With MoveUp, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
Hello and welcome to Unified Potential Virtual Endurance Championship. My name is Charles Boschel. I'm here with Josh Morris.
How's everybody doing today?
Yep. Thanks, Josh. Sorry about that. We ran into some technical issues, but we are in qualifying. We're just finishing up the qualifying for the LMP 1 and 2 classes. It looks like there is about 6 minutes left before they have to exit the track, and we'll have a 5-minute break, and then we will have the GTE Qualifying. We are at the iRacing Circuit de la Sarthe, also known as LeMans, and so we'll be here broadcasting for the next 3.5 hours or so before we hand it off to another crew. But this is a 24-hour event, which really stresses out lots and lots of teams. But we're looking forward to seeing some really good racing action today. So currently, fastest time in qualifying for the LMP1 class is Inner Name Here Racing with a 3:15.3, and the fastest qualifying time for the LMP2 class is LMP Boys with a 3:29.2, followed very closely by Run and Sim Sport with 0.08 of a second difference. And you just heard the call from race control saying 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. The cars have to be off the track at the end of the 5 minutes for the break, so we can let the GTE cars get ready to go. So there will be no, if you're on the lap, you can finish the lap. You have to exit as soon as the 5 minutes are up.
So one of the reasons why we're doing separate qualifications for each one, there was at the beginning discussion of having both LMPs and GTEs on the track at the same time. One of the problems we were having was the GTEs are obviously significantly slower, and there was issues of accidents happening, specifically in the corners. So we decided to go with this kind of route for the qualifying session to give both parties a fair chance at qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. So these cars are, they all have different configurations. The cars are generally about 15 seconds a lap in speed difference. The LMP ones obviously are the fastest. They have that hybrid system with the boosts that will really rocket them out of the corners. The LMP2s are downforce monsters. They really handle really well. And then the GTE cars are basically your standard supercar, I guess, if you could call it anything standard. So you're talking about Corvettes and Ferraris and things like that. So, but right. It's going to be a great race. Though we're really looking forward to calling the action. So we're going to just keep an eye out on everything and update you on lap times. There's about 3 minutes left in the event. Inner Name Here Racing has dropped their quality time down to a 3:14.9.
I don't know how much different that was from the practice sessions. I didn't get a chance to. So how was that different than the practice sessions?
Well, I don't remember the qualifying times for the practice session, but the fast lap, of course, was at night for our unofficial practice race. It was a 3:11.2, I believe, which is mighty quick. So I think as the sun goes down, you'll see the lap times drop. These cars will get faster and faster. And so we're just really hoping for some clean racing, some exciting racing. So there's the call, 2 minutes left. and we see a new pole sitter, Freedom Maple Syrup, with a 3:14.3 in the LMP1 class. LMP boys are still holding the class pole at 3:29.2 for LMP2. So now you heard the call, 30 seconds left. So all the cars should be, if they haven't finished their lap, they're not going to finish their lap in time. They'll probably be exiting, going back to the pits.
Luckily that we did allow the tow feature, so that way it gives these guys a little bit of extra time. So that way they could just pull over, tow into the pits, and then give them that little bit extra time. Because as we can see, some of these drivers are taking it down to the wire to get this last bit.
Yep. And there was two that just finished just under the 20 minutes.
Man,
so
those guys.
So pole sitter for the race will be Freedom Maple Syrup, with a 3:14.3. Intername here Racing did come down to a 3:14.9. Exile Virtual Motorsports with a 3:15.4, and then Garage 69, Next Level Racing by SJS Esports, MJR Racing Team, Indy Autosport White, and Fugasim Sport ends the LMP1 class. Under the LMP2 class, you have LMP boys with class pole 3:29.2. Run and Sim Sport just behind them. Team Bushfink Racing. Give Me My Fish Back Racing. I love some of these names; they're great.
Yeah,
Leo Racing Team, NSR Silver Sim Performance, Quality Control Racing, TC Corsa Esports, Aquiver Motorsports, Venom Works Endurance, Bro Sim Racing, Shawshank, Freaky Fast, Legends Racing, EVP, Reaper Racing, FFW Kislinko Racing, Bunta Eve Racing, Indy Autosport Red, Turn 1 Pro Divers, Banzu RX, Apex Tech, and then rounding out is DGTCR. So we'll have about 3 minutes left for this before the GTE cars can come out and do their qualifying lap. So track temp is 40 Celsius and the air temp is 29 Celsius. So it's a pretty warm track, I think. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think it's definitely warm. It's going to get warmer throughout the day. I'm used to Fahrenheit personally, so.
Well, 40 is about 104 for a track temp.
Oh, okay, yeah. She's gonna get smoking hot later today. It'd be exciting to see them slipping and sliding all over the place. See how they manage these tires in this heat, but it'll be fun. I'm excited.
So there's a lot of strategy involved in these endurance races. Tire management. If you can double stint tires to save time in pits. How many driver changes you're going to do? The more drivers, the longer it takes for your pit stop. But then you have fresher drivers in the track. So, if you have a driver out there that may run a 6-hour stint, after that they're pretty beat just from driving these events. That's from personal experience.
Yeah, I know. One time I had to jump into a race, 24-hour event, and we ended up losing a driver. And I think it was only 3 of us, and that was taxing, but it was fun.
Well, yeah, no doubt.
And I had been new to iRacing. I think I'd been racing for, I don't know, maybe a month prior to that race.
Okay, so there's the call to get the GT3s lined up. starting to see some of the GTEs lining up on the pit exit, getting ready. So while we have a minute, we'd like to thank our sponsors for this championship event. Unified Potential and Swindon Care Centers. Very thankful to have them on board with us to help us with this championship broadcast.
Looks like the GTEs are getting ready to get out of here. See how well these guys go.
Yeah, we saw them. We saw the GTEs last night in an unofficial practice, but a bunch of guys jumped in, and they were really dicing it up on the outlap. So it's going to be fun to watch.
As we can see, there's already some reports coming in of some issues between drivers. We will report on things like that as we see them come in. But right now we have no penalties for the LMPs, but that's also pending review.
And here come the GTE cars out onto the track. Seem to be lots of Corvettes in the field, but there's also some a couple Ferraris and some Porsches.
Yeah, I love that next level racing Porsche paint scheme.
There's some really great liveries. I think these guys do a really good job of car design as well as car driving. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into these sessions, making the car, practicing, coordinating, and getting all the drivers ready to go. 24 hours, very, very long period of time. Not just the race itself, but the 48 to 72 hours that you're just working on the car, getting it all set up for these sessions, for these races. It's just a lot of work, and for these guys to come in, it's just great to watch these guys, watch them perform, and that's why we put the penalties in place that we do, and we review them immediately, because these guys are putting in so much work, and all it takes is the first corner of the first lap, and your race is done. And much respect to all the drivers, to all these cars.
Yeah, I don't do a lot. Well, I say this: I've never done a 24-hour event. I've done a lot of the 6-hour endurance races, and even after those, I'm pretty well beat. So these guys will rest well tomorrow after all this. So it'll be but they've put in the effort to make this the best race they can make it, because we've had 3 free practices for the championship, but there have been multiple practice sessions daily by each of these teams that are just putting their money in and saying, "Hey, come in if you want to drive. Come in and drive, and we'll host a session for you." And it's been really fun to watch. So the GTE cars are still on their outlap. Looks like the leader is coming down into Indianapolis. So they're in the back half of the circuit. first car coming across the start-finish line, coming through the 4 chicanes now, will be Garage 69 plus 1, which is the Garage 69's GTE team.
Oh, Garage 69 has 2 teams.
Yeah, they have an LMP team and a GTE team.
Okay, that's why the plus 1. That was interesting. I like how they chose that. See, I personally, when I race, I prefer actually the slower GTE cars than the LMPs. For me, those LMPs are just too much for me. Don't even get me started on the LMP ones with the boost.
Yeah, I actually just bought the LMP one this week and did a couple of practice sessions at Spa, and I haven't got the boost thing figured out yet either. The LMP2 cars are fun though.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to drive the LMP2s. I think I'm a little too early in my iRacing career to attempt something like that. I'm still trying to figure out pushing my car to the limit like these guys will be doing tonight.
Right.
And I guess I have that fear hasn't been removed yet. So
So I know we haven't discussed this, but we have incident limits for this race. But the incident limits for this race will probably not be reached because it's very difficult to get an off track at this race. You get slowdowns a lot. But not as many incidents. So the only incidents you'll see will probably be crashes, which we're hoping we don't see at all.
yeah, the interesting will be corner 1. You know,
Lap 1, turn 1.
Yeah.
as always in iRacing, lap 1, turn 1 seems to be the biggest issue.
I know I've started from the pits before on lap 1 on these endurance races because sometimes it's just safer.
Yeah, indeed.
Unless you qualify first or second overall, you know, you're pretty safe. But no, I think we had one of our drivers. They ended their night on lap 1, turn 1.
Yeah, that's always bad. Always a bad thing is getting that early exit to a race. All right, so we should start seeing some lap times coming in here in the next few seconds because Garage 69 is coming through the Porsche curves and then down through the Corvette curve, down to the 4 chicane to finish the lap. So we'll see what our lap times look like as they're coming across. Have 2 cars cross the start-finish line. DHR Team Pro is setting the pace with a 348.03. So I'm seeing some cars going in after their lap, and jumping back into the pits, maybe doing a driver change.
Yeah, I think that's what DHR Team Pro did. They came out, went into the pits, and I just saw them coming out of the pits. So they must have done a driver change as well, I guess.
Well, the good thing about the qualifying session that we have here, that's I think better than iRacing is iRacing's normal quali is a 8-minute qualifying time, and you normally can only get 1 lap in on this track because it is such a long course. So with 20 minutes, you can do a driver swap and then get an out lap and another hot lap in before qualifying ends. So we may get the first round here, and DHR Team Pro still sitting on top, the 348.03. But we may see a change once the new drivers get out and get their hot laps in. So we'll just keep an eye out and see if there's anything going on.
About how much time do we have until the actual race starts?
So, there's the call for 10 minutes left in quali for the GTEs. Then there'll be the 2-minute grid up, and then we'll kick off the race. So the start procedure for this race, I'm glad you mentioned that, Josh. The start procedure for this race is they will grid by class. The LMP1 cars will start on the iRacing green flag call. The LMP2s and the GTE classes will hold back and give themselves a gap in between classes, and then race control will give them the green flag call for theirs to start. So hopefully if we do have the turn 1 incidents, it's not multiplied by the fact that you've got 57 cars trying to go through at one time.
Okay.
So, of course, eSport just completed their lap with 350.1. That puts them in P7 for the GTE class.
And it looks like still nobody's been able to dethrone DHR Team Pro from Fast Lap yet. And it's crazy on how significantly slower these GTEs are. And again, that's why we do separate qualifying sessions, because I mean even the fastest lap time is still 14 seconds slower than the slowest lap time. So
right.
with that, you know, if you're significantly slower, I mean, and then they're 30 seconds slower a lap than the first place LMP. So we separate them so we don't get into those accidents. We can try to prevent some of those incidents.
Absolutely. So we'd like to thank our viewers who are watching on YouTube. So if you're in there watching the race, shout out your favorite team and give them some love, and we'll keep an eye on them, and hopefully everything will be great for all the cars involved.
Also, with that, if you guys have any questions, we're both monitoring the chat. So if you guys have any questions at all, shoot them out there, and we'll answer them always to the best of our ability. So one thing that I just found out about GTEs, we were racing some GTEs, and obviously you have the GT3s and the GT4s. But typically GTEs have a lower downforce than the GT3s and GT4s to allow it that straight line speed. So we're going to see some pretty high speeds down LeMans on LeMans today. So that'll be interesting to see what kind of speeds these GTEs will get to.
Yeah, this sorry, talking with race control there for a minute. So yeah, the if you get a good tow, the GTE cars on the Mont Saint will hit about 190 miles per hour. And since I don't know what that is in kmh right off the top of my head, I think that's around 300, 310, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Uh, 305, around 305.
305, okay. So DHR Team Pro still on top with the 348.03. Bush Finks in second. Team Bush Fink Racing. Quality Control GTE Pro is in third with a 349.7. It's a pretty tight field. We have 3 teams that have not set a time yet for quali. Slow Motion, Core Motorsports. Slow Motion just did. And it's a 350.7. So we've got Core Motorsports and Bro Sim Racing yet to complete a qualifying run or a clean qualifying run.
And we just received from race control that we have approximately 3 minutes left in this session, and then we'll start putting everybody on track, I believe.
That's it. NJB Performance with a good lap, 349.5. Slots them at P3. We've got several cars coming down into Indianapolis to complete their final lap.
Also, just so that you know, for your future planning, we will not be broadcasting the entire race. Starting at 2:30 in the morning GMT, the broadcast will not be live until 10:30 in the morning GMT. So if you guys are trying to watch the whole 24-hour event, unfortunately, we will not be broadcasting during that time. But we will be picking it back up at 10:30 in the morning GMT.
And we're about 30 seconds away from the end of qualifying. There's still a couple cars that are on the track, but I don't think they're going to make it back in time to get this lap in, because iRacing will cut the quali off at the end of this, which is why we cut the quali off for the LMP cars, to just make it fair for everyone.
Right, and that goes with the whole separating each class in their qualifying. We want to do group qualifying and not, individual qualifying, and the only way to do that was to have our own system set up, because, as you know, iRacing doesn't allow you to just do things like that. So
Right.
so we have to separate them manually, and doing what we need to do to get the track right.
So we have the checkered flag, and DHR Team Pro with that 348.03 has the P1 position for the GTE class. We'll run down the list, but the list is long, so just bear with me. In P2 is Team Bushfink Racing GTE, NJB Performance in P3, Century Sim Racing P4, Quality Control Racing GTE Pro, Next Level Racing by SJS Esports, number 1, Bro Sim Racing, In-Race Esports, Core Motorsports to get that lap in with a 349.91, DHR Team AM, Porsche Sport, Top Ant Esports Endurance, Slow Motion V.E.C, Garage 69 Plus 1, Hexa Racing Team Purple, Cabort Motorsports V.E.C, Juncos Racing Esports, DMC by HPSR Blue, Team Slow Pace, Quality Control Racing GTE AM, Ronin Sim Sport, Next Level Racing by SJS Esports number 2, SCCR by Delta Sport, and 24H Muglinger. And that's as far as I'm going to be able to get with that name. Rounds out the class with a 353.7. So about a 5.5 second gap between first and last. So that's actually a pretty tight field for this track. So we will be so there's the call for the GTEs to come back to the pits.
And that's the end of the qualifying. We'll be starting, and I think that's Moglinger Pannenhilfe. I think.
Yeah,
I could be butchering it too. I like to try weird words.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the Germans think that's a weird word. I just think it's it's German, and I don't speak German.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I apologize for that.
All right, so we're about a minute and a half in before we grid up for the race. Once again, we'll be gridding by class. Looks like we've got some pretty stout cars in here. I know that I'm looking at the LMP1 class. Fuga did not have a good lap. They're a bit off the pace. Freedom Maple Syrup with the overall pole. But the car I'm kind of watching out for is Indy Autosport White, who is P7 with a 316.6, but they were the ones who won the our practice race. So we've got the grid coming up on the screen, so you can see that. You can see where your favorite car and driver is. Got to cheer out for the Garage 69 boys in the YouTube chat.
I'd like to say good luck to all the drivers out there.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of planning that goes into this. Like I was saying, there's also different. What's the word that I'm looking for? Routines that they go through. And like some guys will start from the pits because they don't want to be messed up in that lap one, corner one. Then you'll see some guys just kind of lag behind and wait. But we kind of mitigated that again, talking about how we're separating each group. We'll let 1 second, guys.
There's a call out from race control. So as we were talking about, yes, we're keeping the classes. We're giving them some room so they can race at the beginning, and hopefully, if there is an incident, we're not causing a bigger problem by having all the cars grouped together. So this should be a very exciting start. I see the cars are lining up on the grid now. Looks like everybody's getting set.
And it looks like actually nobody's starting from the pits. So it looks like everybody's gridding up, and we're going to get this all live.
All right. That's nice to see. We've got some cheers going out in the YouTube chat. Thanks everybody for showing up to watch. And the LMP ones are rolling.
You guys might hear us say some things before the broadcast goes live. We get it a little bit quicker than you guys do, and you know, we get it late, and then you guys get it late from us. Just bear with us on those kinds of things. Technology, you know.
Yes.
But it is awesome to be able to do something like this and being able to, announce from different parts of the world. You know, we got guys in Europe, we got guys in the US, we have guys in Australia all doing, this announcing and coordinating this whole event all digitally, and it's crazy. But it'll be fun, and we're going to be learning a lot today.
Right. And we hope you enjoyed it. The reason we're doing this is because we love the iRacing. We love the experience of racing and watching races. So we hope you'll settle in and stick around, and we'll do our best to give you a good broadcast. So we've got the LMP1 cars are now heading down into the Ford chicane. So the pace car will peel off, and you'll get the call from iRacing for the green flag. Pace car's off, and there's the green flag.
Green flag, go.
All right. Freedom Maple Syrup out front. Looks like all the LMP1s got through. We'll see what happens when we get down in here to the Dunlop chicane.
LMP2 just got their green flag. They're about to head out as well.
And here they come down into the Dunlop chicane. Some side-by-side racing. We'll make sure that everybody gets through here cleanly.
Well, a couple off tracks, not
good.
Bad.
Yep. But no incidents.
And then GTE's just got their green flag.
And here, all right. So we're all looking for T1. So we'll see how everything shakes out. looks like everybody got through cleanly.
Oh, good.
Outstanding.
Good job.
Outstanding. We'll jump back and we'll check out the looks like we did have a pass for the lead. And it's Inner Name Here Racing is out front. Followed by Exiled Virtual Motorsports. And Freedom Maple Syrup has dropped back to P3. Now we're watching the battle of the LMP2 cars, 3 wide coming down Mulsanne into Mulsanne corner. Lots of jockeying for position on the first lap, but it still looks clean all the way through. Oh, a little off track. That's Indy Autosport Red, Max Wolf.
Yeah, it was a mostly clean start. Their Porsche. Maybe a couple off tracks, but nobody crashed hard. At least I don't see anybody in the pits yet.
Yep, everybody got through there cleanly. For the most part, we didn't see any whoop, got a spin. Looks like that is MJR racing team had a little spin going into the Porsche curves. So for the people that are watching on the YouTube channel, we've got several different views that we're trying to keep up with at one time. So we apologize if we're talking about something you're not seeing. But I will go ahead and tell you that Frito Maple Syrup has retaken the overall lead. With Inner Name Here Racing is in second. And Exiled is in P3. And in the LMP2 class, Give Me My Fishback Racing is in P1. Excuse me. LMP Boys in P2, and Leo Racing Team in P3. Looks like Indiana Sport Red is coming in for a pit stop, as well as Turn 1 Pro. In the GTE class, DHR Team Pro is still setting the pace, followed by Team Bushfink and NJB Performance. We just got a message from Race Control. We got a drive-through for car number 48. And that was the Turn 1 Pro team, which is while they were in the pits just a second ago. GTE class is really staying tight together. It's really, really good racing so far. Same with the LMP2s. Whoop, and off track, we have a little, it's car number 87, Shawshank Racing. Went off, went down into Mulsanne corner. They have returned, but several positions back. So Freedom Maple Syrup is still in the lead. They've kind of stretched out a gap of about 3 seconds over P2, who is Intername Here Racing.
About how many laps does it take for the LMPs to finally catch up to the GTEs?
That is a good question. So there was a 30-second lap difference between the LMP ones and the GTE cars. So that's about
quick math, 6 laps?
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. So 6 or 7 laps. Yep.
So we should be nearing. Not really.
No, we're on lap 4.
I'm just impressed with some of these paint schemes that are out here today.
Yeah, there's some great looking cars out here. So we're going to check as Freedom Maple Syrup comes across the line. We'll check the gap between them and Intername Here. That gap is now 5.3 seconds. They really started to stretch out a little bit. Fuga Sim Sport has moved up to P3. They are about 2.5 seconds behind Intername Here. Garage 69 is about a second behind Fuga. Then Exiled, Next Level Racing, Indy Auto Sport White, and MJR is closing out the field. As I'm watching, I'm seeing the LMP Freedom Maple Syrup is now starting to lap a Porsche of Next Level Racing by SGS Esports Car 2.
One thing that I find interesting between LMP1 and LMP2 is that unlike the GT3s and GTEs and GT4s, there's a bunch of different things that they change on them. But the difference between LMP1 and LMP2 is basically budget. So usually the LMP2 teams have a lower budget. I mean, this is iRacing, but
right.
So they're typically your slower cars, and they don't allow that boost. That's really just about it, and it has to go with the teams. I mean, professional series aside versus virtual, but in their teams they have to keep certain slots open for certain kind of amateur drivers, so that way those guys have an opportunity to actually climb the ladders. So by LMP1 they're allowed to use all 100% professional drivers, which I found was pretty interesting.
That is very interesting. So just to pick up the as I'm watching the LMP2 class leader giving my Fishback Racing, the gap is I'm going to say within a second back to P2, which LMP boys. It's a really tight pack, and then there's about a 2-second gap back to P3, which is Leo Racing, and then the remainder of the LMP2 cars behind them. But the battle up front is pretty tight so far.
Yeah, I think those guys are going to be fighting all day. Well, not really fighting, but they're definitely going to be staying together all day. Especially if LMP boys can keep that draft on the kid. I'm just going to call him Fish Racing at this point.
Yep.
So if they keep that draft, they can stick with them all day. But I think we're going to see them pretty close together all day. At least I hope so.
Yeah,
Be interesting.
yeah. That's what I'm hoping for as well. We'll see. In the GT3 class, it looks like DHR is still leading, with Team Bushfink about 4.3 seconds behind them, followed by NJB Performance. So we'll keep an eye on him and keep everybody updated. It looks like there's about half of the GTE cars have already been lapped by the leader.
Ooh.
So
I don't know if you guys will end up seeing it, but the leader just, I don't know if it was netcode or something like that, but he went hopping. He went for a little jump. I don't know if you guys will get a chance to see that, but LMP1's front end kind of looks a little, no, his front end looks fine. But
I just picked him up, and the car doesn't look bad. He is steadily working his way through the GTE field. I can. Right now, Free Maple Syrup is actually coming up behind the GTE leader, DHR Team Pro. So he will have the GTE class lapped. Then he will set his sights out for the LMP2 cars. And the last LMP2 car quite a distance ahead. Try to pick him up. Yeah. So the leader is actually coming into Arnage, and the LMP2 final LMP2 car is coming through, coming to the start finish line. Yeah. So that is the. I have a call from race control. 5-second stop and go for car number 14 for contact with car number 43. So that is 24H Muglinger, who has got a 5-second stop and go penalty.
yeah, it was. What happened was he broke late, and then ended up rear-ending. Unlike normal iRacing events, you don't really have those kinds of opportunities. You get an accident, you keep going on, but
Right.
We like to try to do immediate penalties because everybody's put in such hard work for these events, and we like to make it fair and all around, and try to mitigate some of the crashes that might happen because inattentiveness or you're just not paying attention to track.
Right.
Speaking of track conditions, even right now, track conditions haven't gone up, but we're about 30 minutes into the race. 20 minutes. Still no rise in track temperature, so that's looking good right now.
So I just saw car 14 go past the start finish line. He does have 3 laps to serve that penalty, or he will be disqualified. So now that the LMP1 cars have gone through the GTE field, Freedom Maple Syrup has stretched out a lead of 10.5 seconds over now P2 Fuga Sim Sport, with Intername here racing less than a second behind in P3.
And it looks like Fish Racing and LMP boys, they look like they're staying pretty tight together still, so. And I think DHR Team Pro also took advantage of that, the lapping, and he's spread his lead out quite a bit as well.
Yeah, he has managed to pull a little bit of a gap. So we should be within the next couple laps coming up on pit stops. I know the GTE cars run, I think, 12 laps, 13 laps. Maybe that's the LMP2s. I don't remember. How about that?
Yeah,
so great information for me. So we'll start keeping an eye out though, because pit stops will be coming in the next few minutes.
That'll save the LMP2s from getting lapped a little bit earlier. Because I know the LMP1 Freedom Maple Syrup will be coming up on turn 1 road here.
Looking at Fuga Sim Sport now, and they've got just less than a second gap to the Intername here racing, and then Garage 69 is right on their tail. So this will be some exciting racing here. It looks like Garage 69 is, see if they're going to try and make a move going down into Mulsanne Chicane 1. Nope, staying in line. It was a really good battle in the GTE class. There are 7 cars that are almost nose to tail coming down Mulsanne from about P5 back to P12. Just really still some tight racing going on.
Oh, 111 looks like he might be putting a move on. Nope. Thought he was coming out to try to get that dive.
So we'll give some shout outs in amongst all these cars. We got Next Level Racing, Porsche Sport, and of course the 911 car, Century Sim Racing, DHR Team AM, and Bro Sim Racing. And then there's a little gap back to Slow Motion and In Race. Too wide down into Indianapolis, and we had a spin. If I can pick up who that was. Oh, and we had looks like the 111 car just got turned a little bit. And that is DHR Team AM. Looks like he got a little tap from behind. But I did see a lot of brake smoke, so maybe he just locked up. I'm sure that if there's an issue, then the stewards will be getting a phone call.
Oh yeah, I'm sure of it. Race car drivers definitely like to call real fast. But so far, actually, most of the front ends of these cars look pretty clean. Not a whole lot of damage going on, which is, you know, a lot different than normal races. Usually you see at least a few crunched up bumpers, but I really haven't seen any.
Right. Look, I got a call out in the racing chat for a notification. So my guess is that we may be hearing from the stewards in the next few minutes. There it was, and I think I saw the replay. So just check back in with the leader, Freedom Maple Syrup, Alexander Davidson. Looks like he is starting to make his way into the GTE field. The next, he's already started making moves on. He's already passed Turn 1 Pro. The next car on his list would be Stage 1 Racing.
And it looks like Fish, you might have said this already, but Fish Racing's already got a lead on, put it a 3-second gap between them and the LMP boys. So it looks like they speed up somewhat.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the gaps are starting to widen. Looks like there's a 6-second gap back to third place in Aquiver Motorsports. And then NSR Silver Sim Performance is that's when the real battles are starting back there, because they're all within, the next 4 cars are within a second and a half. So they're all getting toes, I'm sure.
And the LMP2s trying to fight around those GTEs, so that's what's creating some of that gap. Actually, LMP2s are coming up on the GTEs right now, so now let's see that. But the leader of the LMP2s will use that to his advantage, get that gap between him and LMP boys.
Definitely.
You know, I mean, so I was doing some research. 8.467 miles on this track, or 13.626 kilometers. You know, that's a long lap with a lot of straightaways. It's basically 3 straightaways. Well, yeah, 3 or 4. There's a lot of straightaways actually.
All right, so we have another call out from Race Control. Car 72 is getting a stop-go penalty for a punt on car 87 at the end of Mulsanne. Car 72 is slow motion V.E.C. So they will be coming in for stop go. And that was a GTE punting a LMP2 car. So that was 87 is Shawshank Racing.
Yeah.
And the leader is now working his way through the back of the LMP2 cars.
I guess that slow motion V.E.C. wasn't going that slow in the corner.
Apparently not. I didn't mention this earlier, Josh, but my trading paints had went out for lunch. Oh, got a car number 500 with a little slide. That is DMC by HPSR. There's a slide into Mulsanne chicane 1. But didn't like there was any. I didn't see a touch, so yeah, I didn't mention this earlier, Josh, but my trading paints had went out to lunch for a while, but now all the paints have loaded for me, so that helps.
Oh yeah, that definitely helps. I hate it when stuff like that kind of happens. You know, you get it all set up, and then it just does not want to play. That way we can see our wonderful sponsor, Unified Potential, on the windshields and all that. And
Right. And
one of the requirements.
Yep, we can't forget Swindon Care Center.
Yes.
I think we just saw the replay of that on YouTube. Of that spin. Still some really tight GTE battles going on.
Yeah, some coming up with some crowded traffic. Even though there's 8.5 miles on this track, you know, there's still quite a bit of traffic on it.
Right. Yeah, you put 57 cars on any road surface, and there will be people come together at some point in time.
Yeah, as you guys can
see. Especially when they're trying to make the car go as fast as they possibly can.
But not also smash the hell out of the guy in front of them.
Yes. Yeah. So, kind of watching some LMP2s navigating through the GTE field through the Porsche curves, which is probably the most dangerous passing zone on the track. And we do see some LMP2 cars coming in for their pit stops. So pit stop cycles have started for the LMP2s.
This ought to shake things up a little bit.
Yep, this is when team strategy starts coming into play. Don't know, they may take tires, they may not. They may switch drivers, they may not. And, you know, each one of that will have an effect on their pit time. Looks like we've also got the leader and the LMP1 cars are in the pits. So looks like the LMP1 pit cycles have started also. So we'll see how this shakes things out. The leader is now coming out. The gap had dropped down to 10 seconds between Frito Maple Syrup and Fuga Sim Sport. So we'll see if the pit cycle changes those. I'm sure it will to some extent. Still a lot of exciting battles on the track. I'm back focused on the leader because I want to see what the gap is at the end of the lap.
Also, the leader is about to pass second place in the LMP2s. I think it's... No, sorry, third place.
Yep, that was Aquiver Motorsport. I don't know if the leader took tires or not, but they did not change drivers. So Alex Davidson's still in the car. Leaders cross the start-finish line.
And to answer your question, Porsche Sport, I don't believe he is pitting yet. We will keep an eye on that for you, though.
And so Fuga has crossed the start-finish line, and now the gap is down to 7.8 seconds. Now the leader's kind of working through mixed class traffic, so this will make things interesting.
Also, Martin
Wait.
Jacobson, I know that you had a question. I was trying to figure out the answer to that before just giving you a response. But right now we do not have live timing, and I don't know if we will be having that in the future, but that's something that we can definitely talk about
Yes, absolutely.
down the road. A little bit of information about the LeMans track. It was the 24-hour race was first ran in 1923, almost 100 years ago. And the course was created on the streets of Le Mans and called the Circuit de la Sarthe. And that was a couple miles longer than this one, about 2 miles longer, which is a 10.7 mile course.
I know for people who are racing, who are I guess not iRacing fans, but sim racing fans in general, they do have the historic Le Mans. It's a lot of these track changes for not just the LMPs or the GTEs, but for any racing in general. A lot of the track changes are done to slow the car speed down. So there is the historic version of this track with no chicanes down Mulsanne, and the cars were just just flying through there and hitting that little kink before you get to Mulsanne corner at speeds that were too fast for most people to deal with.
It's ludicrous.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they also put the Ford chicanes in before pit road because they wanted to slow the cars down before coming into the pits. Also, so they did a lot of things to this track to make it safer, not just for the drivers but for the fans. We don't want to see anybody die. Right. Even though F1 has a lot of that in its history.
Definitely.
But we don't like seeing that anymore. Look at the technology in the cars. Look at the F1 crash that happened earlier this week. The car basically exploded, and the guy walked out with burns on his hands. Right. I think it was like a 32G impact or something.
I think it was. I don't know. I think the initial thoughts were it was 53, but they may have changed that after doing a further review. But yeah, the safety of the cars have improved, and of course, but there's only certain things that you can do. So you sometimes have to make changes to the track configuration also.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with NASCAR and just the how far they've grown the safety in all motorsports, really, throughout the world.
Right.
Is just astronomical.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the thought was that the first thing that's going to happen with the Bahrain circuit for F1, which is where they ran last week and running this week, was putting the Tech Pro safety barriers on over all of the Armco, just to hopefully prevent things like what happened last week from happening again.
Right, and I agree with you 100%, Lodio. That halo saved his life 100%, and that's what that was designed for, very specifically. And that's why the bar's in the center there, so that way if anything comes at the driver, it can get deflected away. It's just insane.
So just kind of keeping an eye on the GTE field, as they've got, looks like that the LMP 1 leader has lapped that's the GTE leader. Yep, Team Bushfink, who's in the lead. Core Motorsports second. Quality Control GTE Pro is in third, and the LMP 1 leader or the overall leader just came to make the lap. So we're still waiting to see if we're getting the GTE pits. The GTE pit stop should be in the next, I think, 2 or 3 laps, if I remember correctly. I think I heard from race control that we're having a little technical snafu with our timing grid, so we'll keep an eye out for that.
About to approach 1 hour into the race.
Right. And we will be stepping away in just a moment for a quick ad break. So when our technical director gets that fired up, you may hear us disappear for just a minute. We will be back, and we'll update on anything that's occurred during that time. And we'll see if we can get some of our technical issues sorted out. In the meantime, while this is happening, we'll go ahead and keep talking.
We just had an off track by number 823. Deep into the. Probably having a bad day right now anyways. He's already a lap down from LMP1, or 2 laps down. He's the trailing man, LMP2, so he's probably not having too good of a day today.
That's DGTCR. Yep.
Yes.
We'll say that Freedom Maple Syrup has stretched their lead back out to 12.7 seconds.
And it looks like LMP boys came back from there. They were a little bit behind, and now they're within about a second of this race.
Garage 69 is in third place overall, but they are 32 seconds behind the leader. They're 20 seconds behind P2. And then Intername Here Racing is right hot on their heels. And then there's another 7-second gap back to the next level. Indy Autosport White is 51 seconds down. Exile Virtual Motorsports is 54 seconds down, and MJR is 56 seconds down. And so something we haven't talked about, we haven't mentioned, is our points. There will be a a prize for P1 in each class today, but there will also be points, and then there'll be a overall champion from each class, and there'll be a nice payout for that. But in the mix is there's also a 5-point bonus for fewest incident points during the course of the race, so it helps to stay clean, because that 5 points could be the difference between taking home a check or not. So somebody in the LMP1 class will get that 5 bonus points because there are only 8 cars in the class. So
Yeah, lucky for that.
because the other part of the rule is you have to be inside the top 10 in order to get it. So since there's only 8 there, that's a pretty much guaranteed 5-point payout. Good battle going on right now in the GTE field. Century Sim Racing and Juncos, and I believe it was Cabort Motorsport.
Juncos, Century, and NJB.
NJB, okay, thank you. And they're all coming into the pits now. So it looks like the GTE pits have started, pit cycle. So we'll see how that shakes the GTE field out.
And it looks like there's some damage on the Century Sim Racing car. You might have to get that fixed, if it's even fixable. So far, most of the front ends look kind of clean, even after the first hour.
It's pretty impressive.
I mean, I'm also used to doing the lower tier endurance races. So,
right.
So usually the front ends don't look nearly as good as these do, even mine.
Right.
No crash to pass today.
That's right. Yeah, and there's no fast repairs, so you drop what you got, and there's nothing worse than sitting in the pits for especially if you're driving the LMP2, you get some front end damage, you sit in the pits for like 8 minutes, and then 4 laps later your engine blows, and that's pretty much the end of the race at that point. So,
and also what I heard in the LMP1s, if you get enough damage, the boost can become damaged, and all of a sudden you're in a corner and then you're boosting for no reason, and that ends your day too.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it would be fun at all.
Call that a self-pun.
Yeah, there's, that's the worst of the. I'd rather it not boost at all, personally, and just kind of deal with that. But yeah, boosting where it doesn't need to is a problem.
And it could be dangerous for others too. You can take somebody else's race out too.
We've got Indy Sim 360 in the chat. Let's go Indy Auto. We'll say that Indy Auto Sport White is in P6 in the LMP1 class. Indy Auto Sport Red is not having a great day. Looks like they're way down in the pecking order in the LMP2 class. I expect, though, that if I see the Indy Autosport White will just based on the drivers, I think they have a pretty good shot of making some time back. We talked about this in the practice race that Lockie Brown put in a lap at the end of the race that would have been on the world record iRacing charts for race laps. It would have put him at P5 in the world. So it was an extremely fast lap. So
that's crazy. That's amazing. That's the level of this race. You know, we got guys that are just insanely fast here.
Right.
We just about 2.5 minutes past the hour mark. We got another 23 hours of this race going on. I don't know if anybody changed drivers. Oh, it looks like there's already a couple teams that did change drivers already.
Yeah. So just heard from Race Control, our technical director, and it looks like we will be having our having an ad pop up in just a minute. So if you see the ad, please watch, and we'll be back within a minute after that. So.
Just currently having some difficulties with the stream. Just bear with us for a minute as we get that solved.
Sure. And the ad will be.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me.
Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
And we're back. So Josh, we left off wondering about driver changes. I do see that Turn 1 Pro has put their second driver in. Cabot Motorsport has put their second driver in. And Slow Motion V.E.C have put their second driver in. So we are starting to see driver changes coming in. Oh, I missed one. DHR Team Pro has also put their second driver in. Legends Racing, DMC, and I believe that is all. And we did have a penalty announced while we were out. Stop and go for car 55. TC Corsa Esports.
Yeah, apparently there's a big crash that happened. There's some issues going on the track. About 4 incidences that we are currently researching. So you might see some penalties coming out for some of these guys. You know, you got to be careful out there, otherwise you're going to get penalized. And
Absolutely.
I think some of these guys are realizing it.
So as we are running through here, let's see. Trying to look and see what we've got. Looking through our incidents list, and it looks like right now the high point on the incidents is 10. So far, a very clean race, I think.
Hit 10 in an hour? That's not too bad.
Yeah. And when we have another instance reported, stop and go for car 19, causing a major incident on Mulsanne. I'm going to say that's probably at the end of the Mulsanne Straight. There's usually the trying to get the cars checked up it could be an issue, especially in traffic. Ooh, so that was. So I'm trying to get through race control here. So we have another penalty on car 24, MJR Racing Team, 90-second stop and go. So whatever that was, sounds like was a bad thing. So 90 seconds is our most severe penalty. So
yeah, MJR they lost control on Mulsanne, and they caused 2 cars to wreck.
Oh, so we had a spin in the Dunlop chicane. I think that was car 86. That was Aquifer.
Yep.
So that was a solo spin. Didn't look like there was anything that helped them do that, but I may not have saw the entire incident. So we'll see if anything comes out of it.
Well, the track cooled down 5 degrees. Believe it or not, in the last hour.
That's interesting.
So the track is now 35 degrees Celsius. That is very interesting because I think 20 minutes ago it was still at 40 degrees. So
right.
Maybe there might be some cloud coverage, but
yep, does say partly cloudy. We've got a 16 kilometer an hour wind, which may be bring things.
And for those that don't know Celsius, Fahrenheit, that's 95 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's almost a 10-degree Fahrenheit difference, which is, you know, it's huge. And that's going to change a lot of the, like, we might actually see more spinouts because of that, because nobody's adjusting for that rapid temperature change.
Right. Yeah. And so in sim time, the time is now 16:56, which I think is roughly GMT. So within a few minutes of being what it is GMT time. I don't know when sunset will be, but you know, the track will start cooling as the sun goes down. And whoop, there was a little spin out of in Arnage. That was car number 40. Give me my fishback racing. Oh, okay. So it was one of the that was the LMP2 leader that spun in Arnage. In the meantime, Freedom Maple Syrup has stretched out their lead to 21 seconds over Fuga Sim Sport. Internet here Racing is still in third. Next Level Racing by SJS is in fourth. Indy Autosport White has moved up to P5. Exile Virtual Motorsports P6, Garage 69 in P7, and MJR Racing Team is in last place. Looks like they've already, I can't tell if they've already served their penalty or not.
Yes, it does look like they served their penalty already.
Okay.
Yeah, MJR is already back on the field.
All right, so in the LMP2 class, we still have LMP boys leading, Ronin Sim Sports in second. Give Me My Fishback Racing is in third. Aquaverse in fourth. TC Corsa Esports in fifth. And I think, if I remember from the call from Race Control, I think that TC Corsa has either served a stop go or will have to serve a stop go.
Well, speaking of LMP boys being in the lead, they're currently in their pits right now, so I suspect that Fish Racing will come back and get their lead back. But we should see that developing here soon, because LMP boys is coming back on the track right now.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. In the GTE class, Team Bushfinks in the lead, Core Motorsports in second. Quality Control Pro is in third. Bro Sim Racing and In-Race Esports round out the top five. Porsche Sport has made their way up to the P6. MJB Performance at P7. Juncos Racing is 8th, Garage 69 plus 1 9th, and Cabort is in P10.
Yeah, the track must be getting slippery, because there's more incidents happening now than there was earlier. I think in the new tires, you know, you're adjusting for the track temperature, and then, you know, you got new tires, not knowing that it's a little slippier than normal. So we're seeing a little bit more accidents than normal. So we'll keep you guys updated as much as we can. But that 90 seconds, man, that's big.
That hurts.
That hurts big.
Yep.
I mean, MJR is now in the middle, in the rear end of the LMP2s. So we'll see what happens.
So 110 DHR Team Pro is in the pits, and they are now 4 laps behind the rest of the GTE class. So I'm assuming that they had significant issues that caused them, and this was our pole sitter for the GTE class.
Yeah, I'm looking at their front end right now, and it's really bad damage. I think they're sitting there getting repaired, but they got front passenger side damage, and I believe driver's side damage on the side of the car there. They're not having a good day. Let me see if I can find what happened, because they've been in the pits for a while now.
Yep, if you can find that, that'd be great. Let us know what the deal is. Porsche Sport in the chat. That's how long are the parts? When are we switching streams? Give me just a second. I'll give you that information.
I've been rewinding at 12 times speed, and I'm still seeing DHR Team Pro in there still. I think it might actually be easier if I just go like this.
So for the question for Porsche Sport, we will be changing streams at 1900 GMT. We have a comment from Race Control. Stop and go 30 seconds for car number 690. For instance, with car number 111. I believe 690 is garage 69. It is. That's the garage 69. That is the LMP1 car for garage 69. Looks like he had an incident with car number 111, which was looks like a GTE car. DHR Team AM. So both DHR team cars have been in incidents since we've started.
Yeah, unfortunately I was not able to find DHR team incidents there. That's keeping the 110 in. Feel bad for those guys, because I mean they are still in the pits for repair. I think they've probably been in there at least probably 20 minutes, I would say.
Right. On the good side, this is a 24-hour endurance race. There will be more attrition during the course of the race. But I don't think they're going to be able to crawl their way back into the top 10. There are significant problems for that to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that, and this is the thing I don't think we've mentioned yet, because I don't want to just talk about it a lot. But DHR Team Pro would have our, I guess, our most famous driver in their team, which is Tony Kanaan, who is racing for DHR Team Pro, I believe. Let me verify that. I don't see him in the list, but I know he is in the server, and he is in the Discord as one of the team members. So maybe he's not racing today. So, but anyway, either way, I feel bad for them, because, like I said, they were the pole sitter, and for them to be the first ones that have significant problems, that's a bad race of luck, I guess, if you want to say that.
But yeah, I feel real bad for that team. They had a solid setup, and for the because they set that. I believe that they set that qualifying time actually on their first lap. Well, not their first lap out, but their first lap time was that fast time.
Right. I think you're right.
Yeah, it was set by Victor Miranda.
I do see. Oh, looks like we've got.
Oh, and it looks like they did it on lap 13.
Yeah, MJR is also in the pits, and their front end is gone. On their looks like an LMP1 car.
Oh yeah, that's
no LMP2.
No, that's an LMP1. MJR Racing.
Is it? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to get any downforce from that.
No, they're not.
No, that's tough. They qualified 6th overall in the LMP1s. Unfortunately, I think their days of competing for first is kind of over with, but who knows what will happen. Maybe they'll be able to get some repairs done, and some other cars will get taken out, but not hopefully, but it might happen.
Right.
I mean, that Freedom Maple Syrup, man, they got that thing dialed in today. They're 20 seconds ahead of second and third. Enter name here Racing and Fuga SimSport LMP1. But it'd be interesting to see enter name here Racing and Fuga, see where they're at later on, because they're only 2 seconds apart. So maybe. Oh,
right.
Nope.
Yep. And Fuga was in P2. So enter name here has made up some ground because they're now within 20 seconds of P1.
Oh, it's definitely good. So, I mean, to have the top three that pretty close this far into the race, those three, it's anybody's race at this point. Just got to keep it clean and, race fast.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the whole thing is, minimize mistakes, make your pit stops as short as you can make them. Just keep the car clean.
Yeah, I try to do that during the endurance races, but no matter what, within like 6 hours, my car's pretty much trashed. I always go into the same race saying, if I just race clean, I'll do well. And then, I get all amped up, hour 12, you're taking over, get a little groggy, and then next thing you know, you're sending it.
So in the YouTube chat, we got Agus 16SC says car number 24 should have a black flag. It didn't ruin the race. Well, unfortunately, we are not race control, so we can't make that call. And I don't think they're monitoring the YouTube channel. I think they're busy monitoring the race. So if there is an incident that needs to be reported, I'm sure it will be, and then they will adjudicate it as best they can.
I don't know if they're black flagged or if they're just doing repairs either.
It's kind of what it looked like. They were in the pits getting repairs. They are now 4 laps down to the race leader, but I don't know what caused them to have the repairs. So.
we'll try to get some more information.
Yeah, it's really mixed up now. I'm sitting here watching LMP 1 passing LMP 2, who is passing a GTE down Mulsanne, which made for an interesting exercise.
Oh man. Oh, never mind. I keep mistaking the qualifying time for race times, and I'm like, oh, some cars that are really close to each other. But first and second for the GTEs are right on top of each other. I mean, within a half a second.
Oh, so next level. Intername here is now in P4. They were in P2. I wonder if they've pitted. It's lap 22, so yeah, that's possible. It could be pit cycle time again for the LMP1 classes. So we'll see what happens. See if we see any other ones coming in. I'll dial back in on the leader so we can see. The leader's making his way through Porsche curves, passing a Porsche. So was on it because he came through Porsche sideways. So it was so that was pretty serious right there for just a second. So leader's still staying out.
And it looks like DHR Team Pro kind of got back on the track. They're down 10 laps.
Nope.
Yeah, even
they're back out there racing.
The car's a little banged
sometimes
up.
it should. Right. Sometimes it's just getting out there and getting the experience of racing these races. Even if you're not in position to win, still you get out there and you make your laps.
And it looks like the number 237 Legends Racing called it quits. I don't see their car on the track.
They are. Yeah, they're 10 laps down overall. And yep, it looks like they're out. Let's see who that is. Let's see if we get some names associated with that.
Adam Carl. That's how you say his name.
Yeah, so they did do a driver change. Adam had ran and then Darren Seal had came in. And I see Darren Seal with a disconnect. And then Adam Kell disconnected, so I don't know if they had an accident or not.
That's too bad. Hopefully there wasn't any kind of,
So we got a call from race control, car number 30, stop and go for causing a moderate incident. Car number 30 is Venomworks Endurance. Coming down into Porsche curves now. I believe we've already got a couple of cars that have pitted, so we'll see if it's pit stop time for them. Kind of keep an eye out. thank you very much for your support. We appreciate your you hanging around with us.
Very welcome. We're just trying not to get all the information out at once. So we got another, 16 hours of coverage. We don't want to steal all the limelight from the other guys. So we're trying to keep it fun, interesting, but not take it away from others. But it is great to get some feedback from you guys. If you guys have any questions, anything at all, feel free to put it in the chat. We're here for you, and we love to have fun around here. And
yeah, once again, we're race fans, and we're enjoying watching the race and talking about it. So we're happy, more than happy to be here. And I believe that in about an hour or so, we'll have an F1 update. So we'll give you a spoiler warning if you don't want to hear it, if you'd rather watch qualifying. But we'll give you an update on qualifying once it's done.
Yeah, my first ever F1 race that I ever watched, I think it was either last year or the year before that. But the track conditions were so hot, somebody's suspension caught on fire.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
That's a pretty bad deal. Let's see. Yeah, I'm Josh. I'm just looking and I'm just reading what's being posted in the race chat, and it says car 30 stop and go for causing a moderate incident. We'll see if I can. I'll see if I can get to the log and see if there's anything else I can see.
Yeah, from the log, I can't see much going on.
Yeah, we still have 2 outstanding, but yep, I don't see anything else so far, so we'll just keep an eye out, see if there's anything else going on. I do see there are a couple of incidents that they're looking at now, so we'll see if anything comes out from that. So still P1 and P2 overall, and the LMP1 class, Freedom Maple Syrup and Fuga Sim Sport are still out. There's a 20-second gap between the cars. Intername here has moved back into P3. They're a minute 8 seconds back, followed by Next Level within a second of them. Exiled, Indy Autosport White, and Garage 69 are still all out on the track and battling. MJR is 6 laps down, unfortunately. Looks like they had their major issue. but they are back out on the track. So they are making laps, and sometimes that's all you can do is make laps. In the LMP2 class, current leader is TC Corsa Esports. LMP boys are in second. Give Me My Fishback Racing is in third. Ronan Sim Sport and Aquiver Motorsports round out the top 5. NSR Silver, Quality Control Racing, Freaky Fast Racing, Team Bush Fink Racing, Banzu RX, and Bro Sim Racing. The only car that looks like they're out of the LMP2 class is Legends Racing. And in the GTE field, Core Motorsports is leading. Team Bush Fink Racing is in second. Quality Control Racing in third. Bro Sim Racing in 4. In Race Esports in 5. Porsche Sport P6. In JP Performance P7. Juncos Racing in 8th. Garage 69 plus 1. And Hexa Racing Team Purple round out the top 10. And looks like the only car that's that are multiple laps down is the DHR Team Pro, but they are also back out on the track. The Corvette looks like it's still the worst for wear, but they are out and they are making laps.
And that's the important part of these endurance races, is just keep getting that car back onto the track, because you never know. There's one team that has already left the track, as you know, the Legends Racing. You know, so it'll help you get that position in the points. You know, as long as you keep the car on the track, somebody might end up getting worse off than you. God forbid that happen. But you know, it's important to get that back on the track as soon as possible and start making those laps.
Yeah, sometimes just the experience of being in these events does a lot for your driving and just for your overall confidence. Just getting out there and putting in a 3-hour stint, or something like that, just does something. It's hey, you know, I can actually do this. I can actually drive these cars, and then you just get better from there.
Yeah, when I was practicing for 12 hours of CODA, I was trying to put in an hour a day of practice just so I could get that lap time down. And for a while there, I was getting a second better every day. And then you know, my teammate Tom Cope, he came in, watched me race, and he gave me some pointers. Which also helped me, and it also helped me build up the confidence levels. And that's also why we put so many practice sessions out there for these guys, is to allow for them to drive together, so that way they know how each other reacts. And that's another important part of racing, is understanding your opponent, you know, whether or not they're a lap or two behind you or a lap or two ahead of you, so you can react and know how they're going to come across each situation. Granted, there's a lot of drivers to remember, but understanding what each corner, like, even though you're a GTE, you still need to know what an LMP1's going to do.
Yeah, well, a lot of that is just, like I said, experience. You know, because there was a big talk about the GTE cars racing down the middle of Mulsanne, because at some point in iRacing, that was an advantage because you had less air going under the car, so you could get faster speeds down there. And I don't think that's an advantage anymore, but still people do it because that's just ingrained in that. So you just have to know that those GTE cars, when they get down to the 300 board, the 200 board, they're going to be moving to the outside to get that good racing line through the corner. So you just have to. The experience tells you that's what they're going to do. And yeah, it's hard to remember all these cars, but you always remember the drivers that are not, we'll say, mistake prone, we'll say that are not as confident as you are on the track, that are making moves that you necessarily wouldn't make, but those stick in your head more than the good drivers. So
that's the thing with endurance racing. Like, if you just see somebody doing something you don't like, you back off. You say, all right, you know what? I got another 22 and a half hours left of this race. You know, I'm not going to jeopardize my car. You know, I'll just wait for you to make your mistake, and then I'll go by you.
And then I'll go by you. That's it.
Luckily with the LMP ones, like for them, there's only 7 of them on track. You know, 8 of them on track, but 7 of them competitive. They don't really have to worry about somebody else being the same speed. They can go around you pretty easily. You know. Granted, Fuga is only 26 seconds behind Freedom, so with that, you know, every second kind of counts for them at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's still very long way left in this race. We're not even 2 hours in yet, and you know, 25 seconds is a driver change or even a wing change or front end change for these cars. Pop the front end off, put the new front end on. I think those can be replaced. Like I said, I don't drive the LMP ones very often, so there may be that that something happens and that they can make that ground up. It's still very early. All the 7 cars that are still on the track still have a chance to win this race. I do see the Intername here Racing is falling back. And they will be, if this continues, they will be falling back to go a lap down to the overall leader. But like I said, they're still, I'm not sure. I'm going to say I'm sure that the pit cycles for the LMP1 class have already happened again, the second pit cycle. So we'll just kind of keep an eye on it and see what we're seeing. Look at some of the other. Sure, go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I just find it interesting that iRacing has decided to keep the Ford GTE in, because I know that in IMSA, I believe that the Ford GTE was removed.
The Ford GTE was removed from IMSA, but the BMW was removed from ILMS. So they pulled one of those cars out each to make way for the Corvette. So I think the biggest thing is I think iRacing still has a little bit of an issue with the number of car types that are on the track. It's still at 7. So until they increase that, you'll see things where they're bringing new cars in and then reducing some of the older cars like the Ford GTE. So now it's only in one of those 2 that GTE runs in. And I'm here looking at Shawshank is coming into the pits for a pit stop.
You know, and I find that quite interesting that they would remove Ford just to make way for Chevy. And I'm surprised. You know, if I was a Ford exec, I mean, it depends on how much they're spending on their program, their racing program. I assume it's quite a bit.
Well,
I mean,
the Ford GTEs are they've stopped the racing program for the Ford GTs, so that might have had something to do with it. Because the teams that were running those Fords, I think Ganassi Racing went from, it seems like they were running the Fords, and I think they've gone to the Cadillac in the LMP2 or the Daytona prototype. So yeah, the Ford GTEs will be going away. I think they'll still run some events that allow older spec cars, but they'll eventually just die out.
Yeah, that's too bad to see that kind of die out.
Yeah, it really is.
You know, I mean, the Ford GT was kind of created for racing, and it's like, bye.
Yeah, it's got a history. I mean, there's a reason these chicanes are called the Ford chicanes, right?
Right.
So it goes back to the, I guess, the Ford versus Ferrari movie, and I think in Europe, I think it's called Le Mans '66. I think is the name of the movie, but it's the most recent racing movie that has come out, talking about the Ford GT40 development, and with Ken Miles driving, and Carroll Shelby and stuff like that. So it was a very good movie.
Yeah. I just got this
Message.
from. Never mind. I guess they don't want that message out.
Apparently.
We'll save that from. We won't tell everybody your secret Porsche support.
Yeah. I did not. I did not see it, so I'm just going to be out of the loop.
I guess it's between me and Porsche Sport at this point. What's going on?
Well, there you go.
So yeah, going back on that, I mean, Dodge years ago pulled out of NASCAR,
right?
Which everybody was shocked about. But I don't know if I can blame them with the way that NASCAR's gone with the cars.
Right. Yeah. I thought it was funny that they brought in the Dodge Charger and then pulled out of NASCAR and have gone to their factory program, or putting out cars that are as powerful as a NASCAR.
Right.
You know, they're putting out, you know, the Hellcat and the Demon that are putting out 750 horsepower,
which is ridiculous
for the street. So the gap between LMP class leader Freedom Maple Syrup and Fuga is now 24 seconds. Next level's in third. Exiled is in P4. Indy Autosport White is in P5. Garage 69 in P6. And In the Name Here Racing has dropped a lap. They are in P7.
Yeah, they were racing for second there. I wonder what happened to them.
And your call earlier was right. In the LMP2 class, Give Me My Fishback Racing has moved back into the P1 slot. Ronan Sim Sport is in P2, and LMP Boys are in P3. In GTE class, Core Motorsports, Team Bushfink, and Quality Control, GTE Pro. Those are your top three in the GTE class. Let's see how we're doing on...
We should
like we've got
it soon for the GTEs, right? I believe it's every hour about.
Yeah, something like that. I think it was. Yeah, it should. I think it was like 15 laps. I think was the last time. So yeah, the GTE classes should be coming in here pretty soon. I was just looking through the list. Most of the teams have gone to their second driver. They're still okay. We'll say half. Half the teams have gone to their second driver. We still do have some. Yeah, we still do have some that are on their first driver that are doing extended stints at the beginning. That's extended stints, a 2 hour, 2 hours in. But even around a wide open track like this, navigating traffic for 2 hours is work.
Oh, speaking of the track dropped another 2 degrees. So we're now at a 33 degree track and a 27 degree air temperature.
Okay. And sim time is 17:35 GMT. Like I said, I don't know when this is. The sim date is May 2nd. So my guess is around 2000 hours or so, you start seeing sunset and the track will start cooling off. we'll get into night driving, and which is a whole different animal.
Oh yeah, so these guys are going to start. I ran Coda. I ran 12 hours of Coda, and they don't have lights there. Oh my Lanta, that was some of the worst driving I've ever had to do in my life because you just couldn't see anything. I don't know. Does this track have lights?
It does not.
Oh, okay.
There's some ambient light in some areas, like at the beginning of the lap. You've got some like houses and stuff like that off to the sides. You can see kind of one in the background here and there. There's some the pit lighting, but for the most part, no, it's pretty dark. So yeah, it becomes interesting when you head down Mulsanne and you're by yourself and it's just pitch black and the only thing you see is your headlights. It makes your braking points become a lot more important that way.
Hopefully you can see them because I had some braking
hopefully
points.
You can see them.
I had some braking points on Coda that I had to change because I couldn't see them and I hadn't accounted for it because I didn't do any late practicing. I only did early morning practicing.
I'm trying to remember. I did the same thing with I think the last 6-hour enduro I ran. I'm trying to remember what it was. It might have been Monza. That there's a couple of braking points I had to change up because it got dark and then I just kind of lost them. So. You know what? As a matter of fact, I did the 6 hours here at LeMans also, and I think that I had to change my braking point for Arnage, which is that 90-degree right-hander at the end of the second long straight, because I just lost it. So yeah, it'll become a lot more interesting as we go through there, as we cycle into nighttime.
So we've got nobody waiting on pit lane. Oh wait, never mind. Just add to load up. Still have cars.
Yep, Give Me My Fish Back Racing is in the pits. They're the LMP2 class leader. And also Ronan Simsport. They pitted also. Several of the couple of GTEs and a few of the LMP cars.
Yep, the top 3
cars.
LMP2s are in the pits right now. Yeah, and NSR Silver just pulled in. They're third.
And those were some pretty quick stops. I don't know if there was driver change. Doesn't look like it.
We'll see here in a second. Looks like there's a round of GTEs coming in too.
Yeah, I saw a couple when I was looking at the LMP2s that were in. So let's see if we can identify the teams that are still on their first driver. Indy Autosport Red. Max Wolf's been in the car since the start. Team Slow Pace. Jonas Weiss has been in there. Craig Jones and SCCR by Delta Sport. Marvin Amonts and Next Level Racing by SJS Esports.
And it looks like Freedom Maple just came out of the pits along with Luca. Just came in. They're about to leave here very shortly. There's a lot of traffic coming out of the pits right now too.
Yeah, and they just made and Freedom just made a driver change. Reggie Robertson's now in the car. Venom Works Endurance still on their first driver. Bro Sim Racing GT, Team Bushfink GTE. Give me my fish back. Next Level, both the Next Level cars are still on their initial driver. Core Motorsports, Bunta Eve, Hexa Team Purple. We talked about Next Level. Rowan Simsport GTE is still on their initial driver. NSR Silver. DHR Team Pro is actually on their third driver. So everybody's getting some laps. FFW Kislenko is still on their initial driver. In race, and I see Garage 69 plus one, Porsche Sport and Exile are still on their initial driver.
I know that there was an incident that took out Legends. I believe it was Legends, and then a driver, the driver that caused them to come out of the race, only got a 90-second penalty, and there was an issue with that, where he only got a 90-second penalty, but yet the other team had a 10-minute repair and they were losing 2 seconds a lap because of the damages.
Right.
Just so the viewers know, we have a predefined set of rules. Obviously, this is our first race that we've done. I think it's actually going pretty well for us, at least so far.
Right.
Feedback,
I think so.
Feedback is always welcome. So we're always going to be reviewing the rules and seeing if we can make them a little bit better. But right now, because of the predefined rules, right now, unfortunately, that gentleman that made that mistake is going to serve that penalty. But just wanted to give you guys a heads up. We do have a predetermined rule set, so we are following those rules. So that way they're predefined. So that way, when I take over as a race director, I'll follow the same rules. That way, everybody gets a fair treatment. Anyways,
thanks for that clarification.
Not a problem.
Rennie did nothing wrong in the chat. Is there an entry list or something to which drivers are in which team? We do not have one, but I think we can get that put up on the website. I think we'll talk about live timing also, but we can definitely get an entry list up there for the next race, which will be a 12-hour race at Barcelona. So that'll be interesting because Barcelona is there are some wide spots and there's some pretty tight corners, so that'll make for some interesting passing once the race gets going. We have a car number 5 stop and go for minor incident in the pits. That's Banzu RX Flow WT White, maybe, I don't know. So they've got a stop go.
Yep, which
sure what the minor incident was.
They already performed that stop and go too. Looks like.
Well, they did a driver change. Because I did notice they tried to issue the black flag to the driver who got out of the car. So then they had to change it a little bit. So So we've got also in Fuga did a driver change the last time. Also, Rick Verbiesen's in the car for Fuga Sim Sport. Next level Racing is running P3, and they're still running with their initial driver.
So it'd be interesting to
Marvin
see.
Amart.
So both Fuga and Freedom the driver changes. So it'll
Correct.
be interesting to see if Fuga makes up some time. You know, maybe we could have a lead change here in the next few laps.
That's quite possible. So we'll see if we can pick up some of the lap times now that we've got the driver changes done. We'll catch these guys on their last lap.
Reggie Robertson did a 3:16 on the qualifying lap, which he just took over for Alexander Davidson. Davidson ended up posting their 3:14 lap time, which gave him the lead. Hold on, I'm going to take a look at Fuga, see if they did anything differently. Now Pierre did both of their laps, so
right. Yep. So Porsche Sport helping us out in the chat. Driver swap. Josh Cam's in for Ryan Parkins. Thank you for that, Porsche Sport. All right, so Robertson's crossing the line now. His last lap was apparently unknown, so maybe off track for that.
somebody stopped on the side of the track right there.
Nope. That is
FCCR by Delta Sport. It looked like they were doing a tow in.
Oh.
Because they are
in the pits.
In the pits right now. Not sure exactly what happened with them. Number 8.
Let's see if we can. They are in the pits. Let's see if I can back that up. See if I see what's going on. It looks like John was having connection issues. He was blinking pretty bad, and then just got over into the Armco. So very, very, very sad to see, because I know they were excited about running the race also.
Yeah, and then he slapped the wall there.
Yeah,
that's too bad. I hate when things like that happen to a team. You know, but I mean, such is the internet.
That's right. The internet giveth, and the internet taketh away.
I forget where the server is based out of.
That's Boston, U.S. Boston.
U.S. Boston. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And there's some questions. There might be some questions about that. We chose Boston. Because it was more centrally located for all the drivers between Europe and, out in Australia and over there, that area of the world, and Boston was more of a centrally located area for everybody to connect to, so that way we can mitigate these server connection issues. But as you can see, no system is perfect,
right.
Especially when it comes to a simulation played over the internet. So we have to do what we have to do, focus on what we can focus on.
So it looks like that Fuga has been able to bring the gap down. It's now 18.3 seconds behind Freedom Maple Syrup. Next Level still running in third. Exiled has dropped back a bit, but running fourth. Indianapolis White in P5. Garage 69, Intername here are both a lap down to the leader. And then we've talked about MJR already being minus 6 laps. So it looks like as the LMP2 pit cycles shaken out, Give Me My Fish Back Racing is still sitting in P1. Ronan's in P2, LMP Boys in P3. Aqua Motorsport has now moved up to P4, and SR Silver is in P5. And in the GTE field, Core Motorsports in first, Team Bushfink Racing in second, Quality GTE Pro in third, In Race in fourth, and BroSim Racing in P5. And Porsche Sports, since you're still in the chat, they're in P6. Next Team Purple, Garage 69+1, NJB Performance, and Juncos. That should be your top 10 in the GTE class. Oh, got an off track slide by. That is Quality Control, the 18 car in the GTE field. It had a slide going into going through Mulsanne Corner. So he's back on the track. Didn't look like he's damaged anything. Just like a little late braking that did not pan out for him. And now the leader is actually coming to lap him. Makes that pass through Porsche curves. Now we got several LMP2s trying to pass him. And once again, that's the not the best spot to make passes on anybody. But it looks like everybody managed to get through there cleanly, which is good.
I think I might be speaking a little early, but I think Fuga might catch Freedom. Seems that Rick Verbeesen, I believe I'm saying his name right, Rick Verbeesen, might be catching Reggie Robertson. I mean, it might be a little too early to tell, but it'd be interesting to see what happens there in the next, hour. He might catch him in the next 45 minutes if he's running a little bit faster.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Reggie Robertson just posted a 3:19 on his fourth lap out. Let's see here soon. Did I say 4:19 or 3:19?
3:19.
Okay.
Yeah, that time it was pretty tight between them on the last lap.
Yeah. So he might catch it, and if they catch each other, if he catches them, he might be able to. It might be a good battle there for first.
That might be.
And it looks like Core Motorsports and Team Bushfink, they're pretty close to each other right now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens between those two. Just found out an interesting part of the LMP2 cars is that it might not be that way, but LMP2 must weigh under 2,050 pounds and be built to hold a passenger, and also some other regulations.
Interesting. I didn't know about the passenger part.
Neither did I. Yeah, getting that from high consumption. But I'm sure with the stream, if somebody knows the correct information, I know immediately I'll be corrected. If not, I'll be put on blast somewhere else at some other point.
That's exactly right.
Oh, I think that was the original. The original LMP2 must require a passenger, or be able to hold a passenger.
So I'm sitting here watching Indy Autosport White, Lockie Brown, because I thought he was going to be fast. He is now right behind the leader of Freedom Maple Syrup, and he's attempting to unlap himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Some...
Oof. Him and car number 40. Car number 40 didn't know whether to try and move or not, which we always say don't. That's the leader of the LMP2 class from my Fishback Racing. And he has, they're side by side going into Dunlop, and he has successfully made his pass. So Indy Autosport White has now unlapped himself. They're back on the lead lap with, they're at the very tail of the end of the lead lap, but they're on the lead lap with Freedom Maple Syrup. His last lap time was a 3:16.6, and Reggie Robertson and Freedom Maple Syrup ran a 3:18 dead. So, wow. Reggie's Reggie's attempting to repass him. Got the good toe down the Mulsanne. And now he's hung up behind a couple of GTE cars. So some tight battling. Wow. Zigzagging their way through the GTEs. But the GTEs called them out. They did a great job maintaining our line, which is what we always want to do.
Yeah,
that's our JB Performance and Garage 69 +1. So well done.
Yeah, it's always important to maintain those lines, because if you can predict the other driver, then it makes your life and the other driver's life a little bit easier. So that way you don't smash into them or they don't smash into you.
That's right.
There's also some questions about how the scoring is going to be done. I know some of the drivers were confused about it. We got some questions about it, but each class is going to be scored individually with their class. So if you finish last in your class, you're not going to be an LMP2 being scored with a GTE.
Correct. I think the top 10 places score for each class. We've talked about Freedom and Fuga, 20 seconds apart, P1 and P2. Next Level Racing is in P3. Give me my Fishback Racing in P1 and the LMP2 class. Ronin Sim Sport, LMP Boys, second and third. Core Motorsports, Team Bushfink, and Bro Sim Racing are the top 3 in the GTE class.
There.
And it appears if Brown in the Autosport White has got his lap back, so it seems like that's an ongoing battle between those two, trying to stay on the lead lap for Indy Autosport White.
Cars all over the place and zigzagging around each other. So I like to call the GTEs movable chicanes.
That's right. The moving chicanes of the GTE field. But as long as they're moving in the same direction as we've talked about, everything's good. People can navigate.
Seems like Rick or Fuga is running a little bit quicker than Freedom right now. So far, they've gained that second back. So it might take a little bit longer than I predicted, but it all depends.
Right.
But it'd be interesting to see. And not really too much else going on up front there.
The looks like the positions are not changing much. It's just a lot of lap cars being passed and some mixed class battles going on.
And I think the penalty, I think the racing has kind of settled down too. I think everybody's found their groove. Not much reports coming in right now.
Is what we like to hear.
38. I think the last incident was about 40 minutes ago. Actually, no, 20 minutes ago. Sorry. So it looks like the drivers are starting to settle into their spots and getting the track kind of figured out. The track is really, the track is still significantly cooler than earlier. We're now sitting at a 32-degree track, which is
that's good.
Yeah,
that's
90-degree Fahrenheit.
Right. I definitely think that you'll start seeing some quicker lap times as the temps come down, or at least with the LMP cars.
Yeah, they give me my fish racing. He just posted his fastest lap 3 laps ago, so we are getting into the quicker lap time. Same with Bazoo RX Flow. They just posted their fastest lap 3 laps ago.
I'm sitting here watching Indy Autosport White. He's trying to keep that gap to the leader to stay on the lead lap. He is a little bit quicker than the leader. I think less than a second though, so it's not really that close. So it's he's trying to get enough of that gap to break the toe. I think when he does that, he can set sail and try and make up time.
Hopefully he can get there. I'd like to see him come back from that.
Well, like we said, he's probably one of the fastest guys on iRacing in the LMP1 car. So so we'll definitely take a look and see what he ends up doing. But so far, Reggie's been able to Reggie and Freedom Maple Syrup has been able to hang behind him.
Just saw this. Sorry, SCCR. But I guess the reason why SCCR went into the pits is they were having a technical issue. That's what caused them to go from 14th to 23rd. That sucks.
We have a call from Freedom Maple Syrup for Stewart. So we'll see what shakes out from that. He is still behind Indy Autosport White. I did not see anything I would think was out of place. But we'll come back and rewind that and look. So he is. I rolled back to Indianapolis. He's behind the car. Make the turn down. Headed down to Arnage. Yep. Just tight racing. Haven't seen anything that I think would be penalty worth. I did notice that Brown did get a little wide and kind of came back, and Reggie had to make a bit of an evasive maneuver, but it wasn't I don't think it's extremely egregious. But they're still racing, so we'll see what comes up. seem to have lost my broadcast here for a minute. There it
I'm
is.
back. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I had rewound back to look at the battle between the leader and Indy Autosport White, just to see if there might have been some kind of contact or something. Did not see anything, but it does look like Freedom Maple Syrup has gone back and relapped Indy Autosport White. So we'll see see if there's anything that comes of that. We've got for some other battles on track here.
Not too much battling going on. I think a lot of the drivers are just settled into their positions, trying to maintain their social distancing in the racing.
Right. Yeah, maintaining social distancing will save car parts for sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Chris, thank you very much. We appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I hate to see it for SECR. Also, Porsche Sport. You hate it when you get in this, and I say this because we had technical issues with the broadcast, trying to get everything going. So I hate when you see technical issues cause you to have to quit the race. So for those who are watching the race and not watching F1 qualifying, which has ended, if you do not want to know, if you want to watch it for yourself later, this is your spoiler alert. So we'll count it down to 5, and I'll give you the top 3 cars. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Valtteri Bottas has the pole over George Russell by 26 thousandths of a second, and Max Verstappen 3rd, Charles Leclerc in 4th, Perez in 5, Kvyat in 6, Ricciardo 7, Sainz 8, Gasly 9, and Stroll rounds out the top 10. So there's your top 10 for qualifying. So obviously, Mr. Russell knows what he's doing. Chris with the Fanatec shout out for poor quality control. Yep, this so it looks like, yeah, as we were saying, looks like everybody's settling in for a big chunk of race. Just trying to, set clean laps, stay out of trouble. We're 2.5 hours into 24, and here in the next few minutes, we'll be handing our broadcast duties over to our second group that will be coming online. So we appreciate the people who have stuck around and listen to us gab and make up things for the last 2.5 hours. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually my first time doing a broadcast, and it's not easy.
No, it's not easy to. Yeah, I've done. This is the third one we've done, or at least for me. and I did the practice race 3.5 hours with Colin, who will be coming in shortly. And I think we had fun doing it, and we did a race, like a 4-hour Nürburgring Nordschleife VLN race, which was fun. I think we are, and that was a team broadcast. I think we managed to go about 2.5 hours into the race before we died. So, but we're having fun doing it, and like I said, we enjoy talking about racing. I will say this, at least with this, I know the corner names, as opposed to Nordschleife, which once again I don't speak German, so I don't know any of the corner names there except for the Schumacher S on the GP circuit, and that's pretty much it. So
if you guys notice, I haven't said any corner names for this track at all because I am not familiar with the corners here. I just bought this track yesterday.
Nice.
So I don't know much. I know racing. I just don't know this track. But you know, I'm having fun doing it. I think we ought to have a vote. We ought to set up a vote to see who likes which broadcasters the best, and then we could have our own V.E.C.
I was gonna say, are you sure you want to do that?
No, I know. Colin's pretty good. So
yeah, Colin does a really good job.
So, because I know he used to do broadcasting.
Well, Colin's our rock star, man. He's our rock star. He's a Manhattan guy that is in a rock band. So he's used to being up on stage and interacting with crowds and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of second nature to him, and he loves racing also. So that helps. So yeah, I just like to talk about the racing, and I sound like I should be doing a NASCAR race as opposed to LeMans, but you know, there you are. So like I said, I still enjoy it though.
Yeah, I think both of us are.
So yeah, so it looks like Indy Autosport White, as of the last time the leader crossed the start-finish line, has got back around Freedom Maple Syrup to get back on the lead lap. So that looks like that's a battle that may last a while. Looks like Ronan Simsport has moved into the lead of the LMP2 class over my Fishback Racing. And just like that, they've dropped down. So it looks maybe it's pit cycle time for the LMP2s. We'll see as Ronan's coming around. He is on his way outbound. Give me my Fishback Racing is in P2. And he's okay. So there, he's coming through the Tete Rouge and on to Mulsanne. LMP Boys in third. Aquiver in fourth, and they are pretty tight up on each other. That's interesting racing. TC Course is in fifth. Looking down the list here to see. Looks like all of the LMP2 cars are still track battling, which is always good to see. Legends Racing between 9 laps down. DHR Team Pro I know is still out on the track. They're 14 laps down.
Yeah, I could use that Ultra. I do have one pulled up. I'm just not quick with it at all. Because I don't know what the the corners actually look like. Like as you go around the corner, like I don't have a track map of where I'm at. So I wouldn't even be able to tell where we're at half the time. You know.
So my display has focused on Indy Autosport, and it looks like he has. We've got a couple cars that went wide through Mulsanne corner. Looks like, I'm sorry, that was Arnage. So it looks like Indy Autosport has got hit back on the lead lap and has pulled out a gap. So. So I don't know if maybe Freedom came in and done a pit stop. But that battle seems to be over for the time being.
Well, what's funny is that Freedom's actually pulled away from Fuga, and then Indy Autosports pulled away from, got its lap to back. So
right.
Let's see what kind of lap time. So, I mean, Loki Brown? Lochi?
Yeah. I think it's Lockett. That's what we've been calling him. So I'm sure he'll correct us if he sees this. Yeah, he did a 3:18.6 the last lap. And then Freedom Maple Syrup did come in for a pit stop. So then the last lap was a 4:03, and he is just now coming through the Porsche curves.
So it takes him about 40 seconds for that pit stop.
So he probably just took fuel, maybe tires. So still lots of good battles in the LMP2 field. I'm watching the battle between the 86 of Aquiver and 47 of LMP Boys. Looks like the 86 cars as out in front. Whoop, got a little spin by one of the GTEs. Let's roll that back. See what that is. That was Pro Sim Racing. No, not Pro Sim Racing. I'm sorry. It was Taipan Esports. Looks like he had just got loose being passed by an LMP2. And just lost the rear of the car.
Did Indy pass Exxon? Looks like that he did. Indy's now in 4th.
Yeah. That's correct. Yeah. So maybe not sure if maybe Exile has pitted or not. So because Indy is now up like so he may still have a pit stop to do yet. Not really sure.
Let's see.
But it's a very tight battle between them right now. Yeah, Indy Autosport White with Lockie Brown is in the pits right now. So
I think he's going to lose that.
he'll lose to P4, but we'll see if he maintains the lead lap.
I think he might be able to maintain the lead lap.
And he's out of the pits. And he is about 2 seconds ahead of the leader. So he is on the lead lap, but just
barely. And he's on fresh tires, so the track dropped another 2 degrees.
okay. So starting to cool off. It's 6:30, or I'm sorry, 18:30 sim time. So we're heading to night, and
Late afternoon temperatures.
right. So Porsche saying P1 and P5 in GTE involved in incidents last lap. Yeah, I believe I had saw quality control off the track. I did not see the Team Bush-Fink issue. Let me give it a rewind and see if I see what's going on here. And we do have a stop and go for car 43. I did not see that incident. It is the car 43 is Next Level Racing by SJS Esports number 2. Stop and go penalty for incident with car 72 slow motion V.E.C. So as we're coming up on the end of our first shift with broadcasting, we'll go ahead and do a full field rundown. Freedom Maple Syrup is leading overall at LMP1. Fuga Sim Sport is in second. Next Level Racing in P3. Exile Virtual Motorsports P4. Indy Autosport White P5. Garage 69 P6. Their name here racing in P7. Ronin Sim Sport is leading the LMP2 class, overall P8. Fishback Racing in P9. LMP Boys in P10. Aquiver Motorsports in P11. TC Corsa Esports in P12. SR Silver Sim Performance 13th. Team Bush-Fink Racing LMP2 14th. Quality Control Racing LMP in P15. Leo Racing Team, Venomworks Endurance, Freaky Fast Racing, Bro Sim Racing, and then Reaper Racing rounds out top 20. And 21 is Banzu RX Flow, Boonta Eve Racing, Shawshank Racing V.E.C, Stage 1 Racing, Turn 1 Pro, Sport Red, Apex Tech Racing, DGTCR, MJR Racing Team's LMP, and they are in P29, and FFW Kislinko is in P30. Then we have our GTE field, Team Bushfink, BroSim Racing, N-Race Esports, Porsche Sport, Quality Control GTE Pro is in P35. Juncos Racing is 36. Hexa Racing Purple. NJB Performance, Team Slow Pace. Cabort Motorsport is in P40. Century Sim Racing, DMC by HPSR. Slow Motion V.E.C. DHR Team AM. Next Level Racing by SJS Esports number 1 is in P45. Taipan Esports Endurance. Next Level Racing number 2 is in 47. Quality Control GTE AM. Ronin Sim Sport. 24-Hour Muglinger is in P50. 9+1. Core Motorsports, SCCR, who had technical issues. EVP, Escuela Virtual Pilotos, and 54th, DHR Team Pro, who had bad wreck and is several laps down, and then Legends Team Racing, who has left the race. That's from top to bottom. That's the entire field as they stand. I did see Team Bushfink come in. Looks like they are doing a pit stop, tire change, and looks like they are doing their driver change also. So Jill Hubin is coming in to drive. And I am looking to see, we still have actually a few cars that are still on their initial driver. Next Level Racing by SJS Esports LMP. Venomworks is still on their first driver. Bro Sim Racing. Next Level by SJS Esports number 2. Boonta Eve. Hexa Team Purple. Freaky Fast. And Garage 69+1 are all still on their initial driver, and we're about almost 3 hours into the race. So those guys are probably well into the groove, but probably also starting to a little tired.
Yeah. Speaking of that, incidences, we've only got 4 cars that have 0 incidences.
Wow.
I'm wrong on that. Yeah. 4 cars, 0 incidences. Everybody else has one incident. None of them being an LMP, believe it or not. Or LMP1.
Yeah.
There's one LMP2 that has 0 incidences, and then the other 3 are all GTs that have no incidences.
Yeah. Hey, let's shout them out. So we got Team Slow Pace, Team Bushfink GTE, Reaper Racing. And N-Race Esports. So there you go. Some very safe driving done.
I mean, even Freedom Maple Syrup, they have 2 incidences, believe it or not. They're leading the race.
Yeah, I think with the LMP cars, they incidents are normally trying to make moves to get around the cars. Sometimes that works out and sometimes it doesn't. let's see. Josh, you want to go out and give our...
Yeah, I'm going to head out, guys. Have fun watching the rest of the race. I'm going to do a briefing with with Colin and Thomas. And I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate your help, man. It's been fun. As we continue on, just doesn't appear to be many battles for position on track. I do see that excuse me, I do see that Exiled is working its way through some traffic. We have several LMP cars working their way through traffic. Excuse me. Looks like everybody's settling in for the race. Like the racing's pretty clean. Not seeing any major incidents. You see Christopher, who was in the chat earlier, he was now in the car racing. It's very cool. Oof, that was Darian Roy of Exiled. Had a little touch involved with a Porsche, trying to work his way through traffic, and had a bit of an issue. So we'll see. Like everybody's still rolling. It's good. Don't look like he has any damage, so he's continued on, making his way through the GTE cars. Good battle on track between Aquiver and Fishback Racing. In the LMP2 class, they're about less than a half second between them. some good battles between Run and Sim Sport and Next Level Racing. Sorry, Indy Auto Sport. As they're running side by side down Mulsanne into the first chicane. Oh, and Next Level broke too late. Was having to take the escape route. Sorry, that was Ronan that had to take the escape route. Sorry about that. It does look like that Freedom Episode was able to put Indy Autosport White back a lap down.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With MoveUp, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
All right,
Yeah, tell us when it ends on your screen over there, Tom.
That's that was it. So this is end of my stint in the broadcast booth. I will be headed over to race control, but I will leave it in the capable hands of Mr. Colin Tabor and Mr. Thomas Cope, who will take the next stint on the broadcast booth. Guys, welcome in. It's been a fun race to watch and talk about so far. So I hope that you guys have a good shift on the broadcast team.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Charles, for your first 3 hours of the race. It has been very interesting so far. See a lot of great driving out there so far. There have been a few incidents, which you've heard about the penalties being passed down here and there.
Yep. So definitely, and I did go ahead and spoil the F1 qualifying results. So
I'm glad I turned off during that part. So I'm not going to spoil them further.
Excellent. There you go. So I did give them a spoiler warning. So
yes,
the people who wanted to watch it, yep. So I'm out, and I will be over in race control. Hopefully, not doing anything. I'm hoping the race stays clean for a while. But guys, we'll catch you later.
Yep, we'll have fun taking over.
All right. Thanks.
Welcome, guys. Obviously, we've all had the introductions. I'm Thomas, so you can get to know my voice. Here we have Colin.
Colin. I'm live to you from New York City. I can see the race counter is coming down to 21 hours to go. So we're at about the 3-hour mark of the race right now.
Yeah, the 3-hour mark. We're still looking. We've got at the top of the charts. We're looking still Freedom Maple Syrup. About a minute and a half up from Fuga and P2, holding a good lead up there. Currently, as it's going. Any comments to make here, Charles? Colin?
Well, I mean, it looks like we had Reggie Robertson in the Freedom Maple Syrup car shown in the pit on our ticker a moment ago. Right now, I'm looking on the server and they're live on track. So they seem to have about a minute and a half on Fuga in second as of the last time everyone crossed the stripe.
Just getting on to the PC so we can see ourselves how everything's looking.
Right now, the broadcast is focused on the number 50 car, the enter name here car. They're kind of the last car that is now we've moved to TC Corsa car, but enter name is the last car sort of in touch with the front of the LMP 1 class, which is spread across 2 laps at this point.
Sorting out a few technical issues on my end.
Sure. Yeah. The Delara field, the LMP2 field, we still have Ronan Simsport up at the front of that field.
Yeah, with the LMP2s, we've got a lot of the cars still on the lead lap, very well spread out with a bit of a gap, but we've still got quite a number of cars still on the lead lap. And obviously at this point, only 3 hours into a 24-hour race, there's still a lot of game to play, as they would say.
That's right, and right now Ronan Simsport is coming into the pits. I'm seeing on my personal stream over here. So that there could be some change in that field right now. If I look at Give Me My Fishback Racing, they're also pitting in the pit lane and just behind Ronan. So this could be an exciting moment in the LMP2 race. Again, we apologize. We haven't got the capability to control the streaming server. We're trying to work out bandwidth issues on that. Not sure if we'll be able to do that for today's race, but we will in the future. And the third place car in LMP2 is also just entering the pit lane. They seem to be about a minute back of the other two, who are still stationary in pit lane. Maybe a little less than a minute in their interval. So it's definitely hot and heavy here in LMP2.
As we see, or as I'm seeing, the number 40 car, Give Me My Fishback, are coming out of the pits. Ronin Simsport are still up on the jacks doing their usual service. So a bit of strategy coming in a little bit early.
Yeah, maybe. Hard to know exactly what's going on. Perhaps a little bit of optional repairs for Ronin, which this early in a 24-hour race absolutely makes sense to take them.
Just have to wait and see how it plays out later in the race. Obviously, a lot of teams have got a lot of different strategies, and a lot of teams will have different ways of running their races. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how their strategy plays out for them. Trying to see. Ronin are still in there by the looks of things.
On my screen, Ronin's now out of the pits. Oh, I'm not looking at them. Sorry. Yes, they are.
Ronin are coming onto the Morton straight.
That's right.
So they come out in second place. Considering they went in first, they obviously took an extra set of tyres over giving them a fishback race.
Right, they might have taken their tires on that stint while the other team was in the middle of a double stint, or triple stint on their tires. Tom, you've had a lot of experience around Le Mans. How many stints on a set of tires is realistic here?
Definitely with the LMP2, a track like this, you're looking at 2 stints, maybe 3 at a push. A lot of traction zones on the tyres, so they're stressing the tyres quite a lot, I would say. But right. It's certainly not impossible. If that's the approach giving them fishback races are taking, and they're managing it just fine, congratulations to them. Congratulations to them, yeah. But certainly myself, I would adopt a 2-stint strategy, potentially a 3-stint or a 4-stint later in the race. Obviously we're getting to nearly 7 o'clock in sim time now, 7 o'clock at night. Track conditions, we're looking at about 29 degrees C, so we've still got a really warm track at the moment. So the tyres are getting stressed quite a lot with the traction zones, especially coming out of the end of the straight.
Right. So it's much easier to double or triple stint your tires at night. Right now in the GTE class, we have Team Bushvink on top. They're on the same lap with the second place car, but everyone else seems to be kind of third on down, as another lap behind them compared to the leader anyway.
Yeah, it could just be the situation of where the LMP1 leader is. If they are just between in the middle of the GTEs, that would cause this obviously. But even so, Team Bushvink obviously got a nice lead at the moment, and it'd be nice to see them to keep this lead going all the way through. But we would like to see a nice little battle here and there. Yeah.
Yep, as the race server on the stream is kind of skipping around the field based on kind of what's exciting and what's happening on the track, and so we're monitoring it a few seconds in delay. Right now I'm seeing Reaper Racing over there, and then it switched over to the leader of the race, who is still the maple syrup team, Freedom Maple, who are right now cruising well behind.
It's also interesting to see currently Freedom Maple Syrup have used 2 of the 3 drivers they currently have registered in the simulation. Both Reggie Robertson and Alexander Davidson. Reggie has clocked 22 laps of the 53 currently. Alex has currently logged 33 laps also. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what type of stint that was. It would be nice if we could potentially get a little interview maybe at some point. We'll see about that. But yeah, a lot of teams have swapped drivers a lot of the way through.
That's right.
as we're currently watching a nice little fight here between Garage 69, or he was.
Yep.
Stream.
See, it's like 5th and 6th in the 5th and 6th in that field are running close to each other. Sorry guys, I'm really just trying to sort out how I can coordinate between what I'm seeing on the screen and what we're talking about. It'd be nice, right? Seeing a lot of dicing through the field. There are a few close battles out there on track. We'll try and call them out as we kind of go through the field here. Right now, Freedom Maple Syrup is about to complete another lap, and the second place car is Fuga Sim Sport. They are in the Portrait Curves, it looks like to me, at the moment. Interesting thing about this track, which I noticed while I was prepping for the race, I mean, as I think the broadcast team mentioned earlier, the Le Mans circuit is made up of a dedicated race surface and part of it, and then the rest of it is kind of public roads. And it's very interesting because you can go on to Google Maps and use the first person view and really see the spots where the track enters the realm of public roads as we ride around the track. As you take the right-hander onto the Mulsanne Straight, the Mulsanne Straight itself is actually part of the public roads, and that's where it begins. And when the race is not on, you can use Google Maps to go out there and kind of see where it joins the public road, and then the public roads basically progress all the way down through Indianapolis corner, the village of Arnage, and the corner Arnage, and down to the beginning of the Porsche Curves, which is where the racetrack branches off from the public road to the right into the Porsche Curves, which are not accessible to the public, of course. So it's very interesting layout overall in that regard.
Also proves interesting for the fans, obviously being able to go onto the track themselves, just like Monaco, being able to go and drive around the track yourself, see what the drivers have to put up with in a long 24-hour race, such as what we have here today.
At legal speeds only, I might add, please.
Obviously, everyone's doing the speed limit. Obviously,
that's right.
A lot of people will be getting speed tickets these days if they thought there was a Formula One driver driving on there themselves. But
yeah, if you want to crash your car on a dedicated course, you can always take it to the Nordschleife.
Obviously, luckily for these drivers today, closed track, 24-hour race, they can do the best top speed that they can do.
Yep, we in iRacing have access to this track 24/7, unlike the rest of the world.
A lot of these drivers will have been using as much track time as they can in the simulator, logging numerous hours over outside of the 24-hour race that they will be driving today. As far as I'm aware, I know a couple of drivers who have logged nearly 10 or 15 hours of practice alone.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot of dedicated teams here. We're really excited about the quality of the drivers. I mean, the average strength of field here is 2.8K at the moment. Lot of drivers with plus 2,000 I rating, which is where you're going to find your serious drivers, and we're really excited they've chosen to engage in competition here in the V.E.C. Right now, checking out the progress of our various LMP1 teams. I see Reggie Robertson in the Freedom Maple Syrup just coming up across to GTEs, actually a GTE and an LMP2, just entering the front straight, completing lap 58, starting lap 58 rather, completing lap 57, and then Rick Robison in Fuga Sim Sport LMP1 is actually just entering the pit lanes. That gives you some idea they're probably only 30 seconds apart, except that Fuga is now pitting. And behind them, I'm now showing Indy Autosport White with Lucky Brown at the wheel. They are on the back side of the course on the straights. Looks like they're a ways back right now of the lead. official timing shows them at 2:14 back, and 2:28 back is Next Level Racing. So I think Indy Autosport Wide has recently made their way past Next Level Racing into the third position, podium overall.
Now you raised a really good point earlier, Colin, about iRating and drivers on track. Just for the viewers at home, can we have a brief explanation of what the iRating is and what this means?
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. So iRating is iRacing's a way of measuring your competitiveness. It essentially is a representation of your average finishing position in the races that you engage in on the official race server. This race and other league races are not included in the iRating, but iRating is broadly used to just kind of tell us how fast you are. The other rating that we have for folks is safety rating, which has to do with how many incident points you gain. The incident point rating awards what we call X's, and a 1X means that you have exceeded the track limits typically, and a 2X means that you've swapped ends on the car or lost control, which means the front end of the car has ended up behind the back end, which is not supposed to happen. And I'm just watching someone doing exactly that at Arnage corner down by Arnage. Next Level Racing just had a minor spin over there, and then the worst penalty is a 4X, which is when you make contact with another car, and if two cars make contact, both of them get a 4X, which is obviously that's the highest kind of single incident hit you can take to your safety rating, right? It's 4 X's at one moment. You can gather quite a number of X's across the length of a race, and actually, for our race today, if you reach the total of 70 X or 70 incident points, you will be assigned a drive-through penalty, and then for every 20 incident points thereafter. So that gives you some idea kind of how the in-race automated officiating works, and the two ratings that the drivers have in iRacing proper.
That's nice to hear, obviously. Getting a little refresher. And also for you guys at home, if you're not familiar with iRacing, just so you know how it works in the iRacing terms. Obviously a little bit behind the scenes, I've noticed a stop-and-go penalty for the exiled virtual motorsport teams, which has Henry Handy behind the wheel. Obviously unable to show you the incident, as we've highlighted before, but yes, they've received a stop-and-go penalty.
We got some information from race control. I think I see Exile going through the pit lane right now on my screen as I monitor the race in live situation.
Yeah, just a little inside information. Unfortunately, can't show you the image of what's happened or highlights of what's happened. But yeah, just a penalty there for Exiled, given from race control for their incident, whatever it may be. We may be able to go back and see it ourselves and give you a brief description of what has happened. If you give me a couple of minutes to find out.
Yeah, Tom, I'm just remoting into the broadcast PC now that we may have a little bit more bandwidth available.
That would be great if we could. So looking at the incident, it's just the LMP one over Exile, just getting a bit out of hold, hand out of the incident. When overtaking a GTE, making a little mistake, just losing them a little bit of time, and it felt like there was a fault, unfortunately.
It's locked up again over here on the remote PC. It doesn't seem to be allowing me to do anything. I'll check in with Tom one more time. Sorry guys, a little bit of shop talk. So feel free to reach out and chat and let us know how everything's going. what you're interested in us in hearing about. Is there a link for live timing? I see. At the moment, we don't have that set up. That's something we're looking at for the future.
Yeah, bear in mind, guys. Obviously, it's our first time doing a broadcast. Future races, obviously, we're going to try and have it sorted as much as possible. But fortunately, first race, just a few little technical difficulties, and unfortunately, we're unable to watch or remote control the PC, which just enables us to show you incidents on track and show you what we're talking about, unfortunately. But we'll try and give you as much information as we can in and around what we're seeing, just so you guys know what's happening as well. As I say, we've got pretty much all the cars other than one I'm seeing. Only one team so far have pulled out of the series, or out of the race. Legends Racing, who had an incident early on in the race. I'm not sure if the broadcast saw it or not, but they happened to get into an incident with MJR, and they was down on speed. All self-inflicted, unfortunately, as what was deemed looking at the race control notes. But yeah, our only victim as of now, due to incidents, the only team that aren't currently on track. Other than this, we currently have all 56 cars on track and racing. As we go back to, we've still got Freedom Maple Syrup at the top of the charts. Still a minute and a half up from Fugger. From Garage 69 down to Ents name here, so we've got Next Level Racing, Exiled, all one lap down from them currently. And that is your LMP1 field. LMP2s, we currently have Give Me My Fishback Racing up at the top of the field in front of LMP Boys and Ronin Sim Sport in third place. And our top three of the GTEs is currently Team Bushfink, Bro Sim Racing and Porsche Sport, who all look to be on the same lap and racing just fine, with a small gap of a couple of seconds between them all. We have Bushfink currently coming on the middle straight of the LeMans, and Bro Sim Racing have come around the first chicane. So we got a good gap of about 10 seconds there between the two. Is there anything you're picking up on, Colin, during the race?
I'm right now. I'm working with Tom, trying to sort maybe technical issues. I apologize for my inattention, but we just love. We've got 20 hours or so to go in the broadcast. We'd love to be able to kind of improve a little bit on what we're able to do with our broadcast stream. We to share with folks. We'd set up a streaming PC, and we're supposed to be able to remote in, but the remoting in while running the stream out and everything seems to be bringing the bandwidth to its limits. So the ability for us to do anything is a little bit minimized. But we're doing our best here. And as Thomas kind of outlined, we are going to get better. This is definitely below where we want to be right now. So as we look through the field, I'm gonna kind of take a moment to kind of walk through what's going on in the GTE field, because that's a really exciting race today. Right now we got Team Bushfink Racing out in front with Gilles Hubin perhaps at the wheel. Their car looks pretty clean right now. If I look at the front and back, I don't see any damage whatsoever. They are running. It looks like which car are they running? I should be able to recognize them all, right? This is the Porsche, which is what I thought. And in second place is Bro Sim Racing. Right now, Alex Gall is at the wheel. running the Corvette in the 31 machine. Let's see what's the interval between the two of them. Gal is just coming towards the end of the lap in the Porsche curves, leading into the Ford chicanes, and Team Bushvink's just crossing the start-finish line. So not too much between the two right now. And third place is Porsche eSport or Porsche Sport. They are a little further back on the course, but it's a long way to go yet. Porsche Sport's top lap so far has been set by Josh Cam, who's currently in the car, 3:49.5. Their car also looks pretty clean right now. They've so far, Ryan Parkins has done a stint, and now it's Josh's turn in the car. Over the course of the race, we should also be seeing quite a number of drivers. They've got Carl Sharkey, Austin Greatorex, and Luke Holroyd, as well as Paul Riga, also all registered as team drivers. So it looks like it's going to be a true team effort with 6 drivers over 24 hours, which seems pretty reasonable for each, right? It's a reasonable burden.
It's a nice little stint for each of the drivers. Keeps all of the drivers nice and fresh, obviously, for their stints. They can all push obviously as hard as they can and probably gain as many positions as they can, obviously.
Right, for sure. For sure. Let's take a look at the LMP2 field. Right now we have give me my fish back racing. I'm not sure where the team name came from, but we will take a look at them. They just had a close call actually with MJR as they entered the back straight of the Mulsanne. That is, I guess you might call the front straight. I'm not sure. But there, Give Me My Fish is running well. Their last lap was a 3:33, and they have a 3:31.167 as their best lap, run by Josh Ladd, with Tom Edwards in the car right now, who's taken over as lap 41, and they're currently on their lap 57. And look at that, I'm seeing him on the stream right now. So looks like there has been some
and this could be
some synchronicity there. Yeah, go ahead.
This could be interesting. The way I'm looking at things, the Team LMP boys are right behind Give Me My Fish Back Racing, right up their rear end. That
is right. What I'm seeing too. So they're definitely fighting it out. Peter Molnar, or Molnar Peter, as his name has been entered in iRacing, is in the LMP boys car. And they also have 6 drivers registered for the race. So far, Ricardo Orozco drove the last stint, and the race was started by Benson Nemeth. And I hope I'm not butchering any names. We're going to do our best to get all the names, Dutch, etc., and various other European languages, which we're not as familiar with. Apologies in advance for any butchering. But they're really close, nose to tail right now. For the lead of the LMP2 field, completely nose to tail on my screen monitoring the race live. I hope the broadcast will cut back to them. It looks like it has at this moment, or just recently. The broadcast is running about 20 seconds behind what I'm seeing. Yeah, go ahead.
Slowly strolling through the field. I've just got onto the GTEs and I'm looking at the gaps. So Bro Sim Racing are 26 seconds behind Team Bushvink on track, to be a bit more precise on gap.
Right.
And then Porsche Sport are whopping 41 seconds behind Bro Sim Racing. So there's a little bit of a gap developing between the three on this field. But obviously nothing another 21 hours of a race can do. Over time, I'm guessing Porsche Sport may be able to pick up a bit of pace later in the race, or they may be just playing a different strategy, trying to chill out a little bit. show that overall the pace is faster, but they don't want to be too fast right now, and get into reckless moves and mistakes during the race.
Just to call out, the LMP boys did execute the pass on Fish Racing and then promptly pitted the car. So right now it looks like Give Me My Fish Back will be back in the lead of the race for the time being.
But they're not out of the waters. No pun intended for the fish. The Ronin Simsports team are currently 2.5 seconds behind Give Me My Fish Back. So they're a little straight away. They're out of the tow, as they would say in iRacing. They're out of that second margin to get a nice tow down the straight to catch up.
Yeah.
But one bag GTE that slows down the leading car of the GTE LMP 1s even, and Ronin Simsport could be right on the rear end of Give Me My Fish Back Racing.
There's interesting notes on the LMP boys. I guess these guys, a number of them are racers in various teams and top splits, and they're doing the event for fun with their friends, since they're not allowed to race together 99% of the time, since they're all on different teams. Ben Snemety is looks like he's on Team Race Clutch. Peter Zuba on Impulse Racing. Peter Molnar, Impulse Racing as well, and another driver on Yaz Heat. So we've got great participation here. These guys are getting a chance to race together in our league. We're excited for them for that. And LMP boys are now out of the pit lane, shown in third place. So things still fairly tight in the LMP2 field, right? We've got sort of the top 20. The top, I would call it 14 cars or so are within one lap of each other, roughly. It's a little difficult always to tell because iRacing is showing the gaps in a kind of a weird way. But, with the multi-class racing, we're a little limited in what we can see in terms of gaps per field. But, otherwise, so we now have Give Me My Fish in first. We have Ronin Simsport running in second, and LMP boys in third in the P217 LMP2 class.
Yeah. Just continuing looking through the field, we do have Indy Autosport White, who I know were earlier in the race, one lap down, fighting with Freedom Maple Syrup to get back on the lead lap, are currently now back on the lead lap. And nearly 2 minutes behind Fuga, who are then also a minute and a half behind Freedom. So maybe during this stint for Lucky Brown, who is currently in the car, maybe he's bringing back that team into a good fighting position for the rest of the race. Maybe we'll see in an hour or two's time, maybe that Indy Autosport White of Lucky Brown on the rear end of the Freedom Maple Syrup of...
We'll see. Right now, I'm looking at my live feed, and actually, Freedom Maple Syrup is on the rear end of Indy Autosport White. Unfortunately, they are now passing them on the front straight on the live feed in my studio here, which is, it's been a long sort of odyssey here for Indy Autosport White, trying to get back on the lead lap securely. Looks like they're really around the same pace overall as the leader, which is great for them, except they're a lap down. But it's a long race, and there's a lot of chance now yet for things to play out. We'll keep an eye on that story.
Yeah, obviously, we're 3.5 hours into a 24-hour race. Anything can happen. Even we as commentators, we don't know what's going to happen during this race. For as far as we know, Freedom may have an engine failure.
That's right. Anything can happen under lap traffic. You're always having to deal with, as everyone knows who participates in the series, it's a huge point of anxiety during the race.
Yeah. It's at this point I feel Indy Autosport White are in a good position. If they settle down, relax, obviously limit the car incidents, and make sure they don't get involved in any crashes, they are still in with a good chance of coming away with a solid victory and some solid points for this race. But all comes down to them staying out of incidents, staying clean.
That's right. They're in a podium position right now, right? So that's not too bad. And with the exchange of pit stops and so forth, let's kind of see where they are on their pit cycles. It's a little hard to tell. I guess the LMP1 stints, I'm not sure how many laps there are. I don't think they're tremendously long. But we'll keep an eye out for when these boys are coming in the pits. Incredibly consistent for Reggie in the other car. It looks like he may have pitted on lap 56. If I'm going to spool back my replay, let's see if it will allow me to see. But I see a 4:18 lap time, and yes, that's right. There he is in the pits on my screen. So he pitted lap 56. Right now we're lap 63. It looks like pit stops are about 11 laps apart, maybe a little more. 11 seems about right. I see him pitting on 45. So 45 and 56. Right now 63. We expect him to be pitting in about 4 laps. It's on lap 67 or so.
Would like to give a great congratulations to all of these guys racing in this race. Got some really good pace. I know I did do some test drives in a couple of the practice sessions, as obviously this is a simulator and we were able to do so as commentators. And I struggle to keep up, and I don't feel like I'm a terrible driver, but maybe these guys are really, really good and showing some real good class today in this 24-hour race here at LeMans. Be interesting to see who comes out on top in the end and what their strategy is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long race, a 24-hour race, and at Le Mans, it's just this track always gets a great turnout. The drivers are very familiar with it. Certainly by the end of one race, they'll be very familiar, and so many of these guys have done so many races here. Yeah.
Should really do some research. What to talk about for 24 hours.
Oh, there's plenty to talk about, right? I just kind of enjoy the racing and watching and seeing how people are going right now. I'm kind of monitoring the DHR Team Pro car, which started the race on pole, I believe, in the LMP, the GTE class by more than a lap. Right now they're 16 laps down to the overall race, and it looks like about 8 laps down, 7 or 8 laps down to the leader in class. The car is looking like it's kind of a mess. They obviously got caught up in something, and maybe we'll do a little research, see if we can find out what it was. But I feel badly for them. They're way down on sort of or pace, it looks like, but they're persisting, which we appreciate. Also want to highlight, we've got a lot of multi-team efforts, by which I mean, one team fielding a number of different races, or a number of different drivers in the race. DHR is one. They have a pro team, which is the one I've been discussing, and they also have an AM team in the same class. That car right now is running in the in class. Hard to say. Sorry, I'm gonna try and find out. They're running 13th in class with Eric Troiano in the car for the DHR Team AM. I'm going to kind of scroll through, see who else has multiple entries here. Next Level Racing, it's got 3 entries, 2 in the GTE category and 1 in the LMP1 category. You have Ronin Simsport with a GTE and an LMP2 entry. You got also Team Bushvink leading the GTE class and also having an entry in the LMP2 class.
Do also have Pro Sim Racing, currently sat in the GT. They've sat second. They do also have an LMP2 team as well, who aren't doing as well, but they're still mid-pack, not out of the woods yet. Obviously, still 21 hours.
That's right. Long way to go.
I think that's the key at this point at the time for the drivers is 21 hours. Let's just settle down. No more incidents and relax and do the laps sort of thing. Having done a few 24-hour races myself in iRacing, it's a long race, and you got a lot of laps. You think these drivers are probably doing 300-400 laps today over this LeMans circuit.
Yeah.
And currently they're not even hitting triple figures yet. So it's still a long way to go. And obviously a big one for the guys putting out all the effort for a full day of their time for the series today.
That's right. I mean, for those of you who may be uninitiated with the sim racing scene, I mean, the amount of preparation that's kind of required to get competitive in the sim is very high. And it also is a subject to just driver talent. There are some guys that are just fast from the beginning, and there are some folks that need more time to develop their speed and figure out what they need to do to go fast and match those super fast times. And then you can develop your racecraft as well. There's a lot of guys that come in and they're fast right off, like I said, but they need some time to develop their racecrafts. And this is really reflective of the real world. We have quite a few guys in here that also drive cars in real life. Juncos Racing comes to mind, as well as I think we had Tony Cadan on one of the teams registered. The simulation quality here for iRacing is extremely high. The tracks are laser scanned replicas of the real life track, and a lot of work goes into creating the surface to the point where it's extremely useful and really quite close to the real thing. I'd love to hear from one of the real life drivers who's had the benefit of driving one of the professional simulators out there that, all of the pro teams or the really well-funded pro teams, like, for example, F1, of course, they have real-life simulators, or they have simulators on their teams that funny that I use the term real life, that I feel like they must be a little closer to real life, but honestly, my point is, how different is that from iRacing? Is it really that different? I'm not sure.
Maybe that's something later on in the race. As we said, we've got Tony Canan in this series and doing this race. Maybe at some point after he's been in the car, maybe we can try and get an interview for you guys on the stream, and you can get that sort of information, see what he thinks, considering his background in racing in IRL. See what he thinks of a simulator such as iRacing, what this does for him going into the real life driving. Thought I'd get a nice little fun fact here. For the IRL 24-hour Le Mans, I found out that in 2019 it was the largest ever entry for the Le Mans series, with a whopping 62 teams registered for the race. Now, if I'm right, Colin, we aren't far off of that with 57 teams, right?
No, that's right. That's right. We've had an incredible response rate so far. It's race 1. We will look to fill any openings that come up in the league, but it seems like I think the response kind of exceeded our expectations. We weren't really sure we'd have a full grid the very first go round, but everybody's been great and turned out, and it's a great competition today.
As we said, we've got a great lineup of drivers here with us today. Considering iRating, we've got really good I-rated drivers who appear to show really good talent in the simulator.
Yeah.
Just looking down the field to see if we've had any drastic changes. Still got LMP boys running up at the top of the LMP2s. They seem to have pulled the gap to Ronin Simsport by half of what it was. Now looking at about a gap of 5 seconds. Now I wonder, Colin, is that maybe because of traffic, or do you think maybe LMP boys are faster at this stage of the race?
Well, let's take a look at their relative lap times. LMP boys right now with Peter Molnar in the car, he's set their fast lap at a 3:30.655. That's quite quick. Not that he's making that every time, but he has recently pitted. I think he's on his lap 62 right now, and he had pitted on lap 58, 59 time frame, it looks like, based on the times. Although that might not be right. I think that might have just been I'll have to take a look into that. But the question was his speed compared to Ronin. Second place car also has a 3:30.90 to their credit, and looks like they have actually just pitted, and they're just on their outlap from the pit stop. So it's really a matter of also the pit exchanges. It looks like those cars are getting about 10 laps, maybe 11 laps per stint as well, which really, it's not very long if you're used to the GTE and GTE classes. Definitely less than an hour in the cockpit, more like 45 minutes, and it looks like their race pace is around the same. It's really, when you're talking about a second or two difference on a 3.5 minute lap, it's hard to tell if differences are based on actual driver pace or based on their luck with traffic. So again, really at this point, since we're in lap we're in lap 4, coming up to the end of lap 4, hour 4 of the race. Pardon me. The end of lap 4. It's just interesting to see, because at this point, the name of the game is really keep the pace up, but also keep the car clean.
Yes, that's it's definitely one of the key things here in a 24-hour race. It's not just the pace; it's can you keep the car clean for the whole 24 hours and not have any incidents. And with a lot of the cars, they seem to be managing that just fine. Coming out and not having any incidents and not having any damage to really repair, which in the long run is benefiting them very well. Me personally, I would say if you can do very well in terms of not getting any crashes or incidents, you're easily guaranteed a really good position finish. In terms of iRacing, translation into the IRL driving, not very much, because obviously a lot of drivers can keep it very clean for the whole race and have pace. But here in the sim world, obviously it changes a little bit, and a lot of these drivers today are proving to us that they have pace and keep the car clean. And it'll be interesting to see just where they all come out.
You bet. Right now, I'm reading through some of the comments I got from the drivers on their team profiles, and very interesting to just kind of hear everybody's stories. We'll highlight a couple as we go along through the field.
Maybe we can wait and see with the broadcast what car's been highlighted on the broadcast so we can see them as we're driving.
That's right. Well, it'd be nice to be able to choose what we were seeing, as we've been saying. Right now, we're looking at kind of some of the dicing in between Bro Sim Racing and Freaky Fast, as well as Give Me My Fish Back. I think they're all pretty much nose to tail in the sim at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. We've got LMP boys on my screen. It's so hard for me to sort out what's going on the screen versus the real race. I'm sorry.
With the LMP2s, the top 4 are all within one of the straights. So they're all within 20-30 seconds, the top 4 of the LMP2s.
Right. They're definitely close to each other. Obviously, we're seeing what we're seeing, and I'm kind of comparing the gaps here are being shown on the stream as we look through them. You know, they're all in close competitive form, and if I'm strategizing for those teams, I mean that's my goal, is just to stay in touch, till the last couple hours of the race, and then things will begin to make themselves clear and play out in terms of pit strategy. It's going to be very important in the last couple hours to plan your pit strategy carefully to see if you can minimize the number of stops you have to make while maintaining, the relatively high pace. Laps here are so long, though, it's really it's not easy to kind of make up a lap on fuel by saving. It takes a lot, so it's really going to be a bit of a crapshoot to see what happens. Right now I'm watching Ronin SimSport 2 in the wall, trying to get past the GTE car, approaching the Ford chicanes right through the Porsche curves. They ran a little bit wide, and now they've headed for the pits. There's lots of little stories going on in the race, and we'll try to bring to you as many as we can. Right now, LMP boys shown in the lead of the class, and based on my Magic Race Labs standings, Quiver Motorsports is only 8 seconds back of them. So really pretty tight, given this we're 4 hours in.
Considering 4 hours in, and we're all so close, it shows everyone's got some really good pace, and everyone's put in the practice in the hours, and they want to get a good result, obviously. And it'd be nice to see a nice race all the way through. Obviously nice and clean, and having the guys battle it out on the last lap. And don't want to see heartbreaks on the last lap, but it would be nice to see a nice lap battle for one of the top steps in the podium position for any of the classes inferior.
Yeah, it always amazes me when the cars are so close together towards the end of the race. I don't know if anybody saw the Petit Le Mans this year. Really dramatic incident with the top 2 cars running close together towards the end, and an incident in turn 1 really changed the outcome of the race. Both drivers of those front couple cars came out badly, and handed the win to another team. So it really does matter what you do when you're in contact with other cars. But everyone here is a racer. When it comes down to it, that's your instincts.
I think the big thing we got to look out for here is it's a simulator. This isn't, as one of the famous quotes I keep hearing in and around some of our friends. This isn't the actual Le Mans circuit. You're in your mum's garage or in the basement. Gotta think a lot of these drivers potentially don't do IRL driving in some sort of cases. I know in terms of myself, I just love racing, but not going out and doing it in the real life. And it could be a similar case with some of the other drivers in the race today. And it's nice to see everyone's got the chance to race against people who potentially could be better or at a very similar level, but get a lot more chances. But yeah. So.
Yep. It's an interesting scene. I mean, it's what is really sort of exciting is that right now, especially with the pandemic going on, you have a lot of people spending a lot more time sim racing than they normally would, like Tony Kanaan, like other drivers. You know, other professional teams have started esports driving teams, like Juncos Racing. You know, that's all really exciting for someone like me who's been in sim racing since essentially the 90s. It's been a long time, and you know, as I go through the broadcast, I may spend some time kind of talking about those early days of sim racing, just give everybody an idea how things were once upon a time. But it's just so exciting. It's like pinch me moments.
Very, very tense moments.
Well, by pinch me, I just mean, is this really happening? You know, it's just so exciting to have watched. For example, over the summer, there was an IndyCar series on iRacing of all the IndyCar drivers actually giving a shot to iRacing, and it was just interesting how that all played out. Plus, I was just like, I can't believe this is happening.
Playing the same game as what we're playing.
Exactly. I mean, and I've been on track with some of these guys, and even raced a number of laps. I was practicing Phoenix one day, and maybe it was the PM18 Mazda open wheel car, was one of the steps on the road to Indy, and Robert Wickens was in the session with me, and we actually went around lap to lap, exchanging positions for about 20 minutes. I mean, it's just for someone like me who's just been following motorsport all my life. It's a great moment.
Rubbing elbows with the best, they would say.
Yeah,
I've got moments like that myself. Obviously, competing in a series called Racing Edge, which was broadcast on GSRC. Rubbing elbows with the likes of Daniel Morad, who's a professional IMSA GT3 driver, racing with the Mercedes AMG team, who also did set up that series, and also other events, rubbing elbows, and like VCO. You got likes of sim racers, professional sim racers, driving in teams with professional drivers these days. In the likes of Max Verstappen and Max Benecke, obviously probably your most famous team up on that list. Obviously, unfortunate to hear about Roman Grosjean. He was also a part of that series. Be interesting to see if he continues in the VCO series or whether his seat gets taken by another professional with his teammate. Yeah,
it's great. It's great.
The chances that you can get rubbing elbows with the best, it really adds to the engagement of the simulator, really.
Yep. Racing in our series today in Ronin SimSport LMP2, for example, Shinya Michimi, who is a driver in the 2020 IMSA WeatherTech driver in the GTD class, and has several wins and pole positions to his credit. It was the Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion. That's some major cred. The whole Porsche eSport team. I mean, I think they're the official Porsche eSport team, which is a major deal in of itself, and looks like their team is a number of folks who have a lot of involvement with motor racing. Ryan Parkins is the Porsche Club GB Sim Racing champion. Also works as a cameraman on blockbuster movies. Carl Sharkey, Porsche eSports manager, and he says he built an extension on his house to accommodate his simulator. I'm looking to build an extension on my apartment here in New York City. I don't know how much luck I'm going to have with that. But,
should try following the famous trend of Jimmy Broadbent and make a shed.
Make a shed. Racing in the shed. That's right.
The shed racer, as they call him, or along those lines.
Another interesting detail is Gavin Hall's on that team as an ex-Formula Ford race driver, and actually is the official assistant track manager at the Bahrain International Circuit. So that's a great job in real life. I'm sure he has had some great stories to tell about that.
That'd definitely be a good job to have IRL.
Yeah, you got it.
Loving some of the liveries we're also seeing on display today. The one that keeps drawing my eyes is the one Tom Edwards is driving right now. They give me my fishback rating. Looking on the shark fin of that LMP2 car to see the nice face of Jeremy Clarkson on display.
And there we go. We're watching a punt there. It looks like a little bit of an issue for Artie Boschard of Stage 1 Racing, which you may have seen about 20 seconds ago on the stream. Stage 1 is right now, let's see where they are in the field. They're in the LMP2 field, and they're running around 13th in class. And yeah, that's an issue.
So just having a few little issues for them, unfortunately, but we'll 20 more hours. We'll maybe see them back up towards the top.
Yep. Just gonna try something with technical again. So give me a moment. Feel free to talk at will.
As we keep saying, trying to sort these technical issues out for you guys on the stream. Try and get them as good as we can in terms of today's race. So we're really sorry about what could be on display, but we've done the best for the short time we had to fix the issues. I am noticing currently we do apparently have the Freedom Maple Syrup with Craig King behind the wheel, who is actually in P1. Fugus and Sport are actually behind. On the graphic, unfortunately, it says that they're both in the pit. That's also another technical issue we may be having. The charts are all wrong for each driver, but we do have Freedom Maple Syrup at the top step. Just going onto the Mulsanne straight now, as I can see. Also, it looks like we're having a few internet connection issues as there are no cars on track for the broadcast right now. See Reggie in chat, what issues were you having? We're just having technical issues, such as internet to the PC. Struggling to be able to control it and.
Yeah, it's bandwidth issues, right? So we're trying to remote access into the broadcast PC here, but when we do that, it seems to throw things off, and it may even have something to do with what you're seeing in terms of issues with the stream. I was just trying to connect to the server, and you know, it's trying to stream to me, you know, a three screen setup, so that I can interact with that PC, and you know, two of the, you know, we have the simulation running on that screen and trying to send me also, you know, images of what the screen is showing. There we see Daniel Peluso. It looks like Bro Sim Racing LMP2 having a short jump into the wall. Yeah, we're trying to sort this all out, and we will continue to work on it. But right now, still no luck. The goal is really to be able to adjust the camera shot from the broadcast PC, but you know, we found, you know, there's obviously some issue with this way we're approaching the setup. We may try something else next time, or maybe even during this race if there's some way that we can figure it out.
I think Reggie has raised the best point we could have heard all day. Let's hit it with a hammer.
Yeah, hit it with a hammer. That's good.
The good old Jeremy Clarkson way of Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, that's right. Wreck-It Ralph.
The harder you hit it, the more it'll work, I should say.
Right now, watching 11th and 12th in what's probably LMP2 class are battling out on the course right now. Reaper Racing and Quality Control. V.E.C. Voigt and Kenneth Nygaard in the car. Looks like a ripping battle there.
Having a nice little fight, these two on screen, obviously. Now, if I'm not correct, these two aren't actually fighting for position right now.
Is that right? Is it just a lap down?
Yeah, we have the 144 of FFW Kislenko Racing getting ahead of the, if I could remember correctly, it was the 41 who is Brosen Racing, who are currently 8th in their class.
8th in class, yeah. Great, thanks, Tom. I think the issue I'm having is I keep seeing the back and forth, the intervals shown on the bottom of the screen aren't necessarily both cars being shown in the shot. It's simply the interval back to the previous car, which I'll get into my mind one of these days. Right now, watching Gary and Roy have Exiled, I think, cruising along 7th place in LMP2. LMP1, rather.
If I'm not correct, so it's showing Darian Roy obviously on the screen, so the left driver being displayed in the graphic will be the driver on screen.
Right. Yeah.
But MJR are currently 5 laps down from Exiled. So I want to say that gap, that 140, well, what is 48 seconds there, is the gap to the car in front, which for Exiled would be enter name here. Which for me is showing roughly a 41-second gap.
That's interesting. Okay, so that's a confusing graphic for sure.
It's a very confusing graphic, but hopefully we'll get that sorted out.
We'll try and address that, yeah.
I think we can try and sort that out for this stream. It's just not too confusing for you guys. And yeah, try and make it look a bit better.
I'm gonna mention it to Tom right now. So let's, looking at the field again. What's going on? Freedom Maple Syrup still out front. Looks like about a 52-second gap to Fuga Simsport in 2nd place overall. Last time they crossed the line. Freedom Maple Syrup is right now on lap 73 for them, with Craig King in the car, the 3rd driver. I think they're going to be doing this 24 hours with just 3 cars. Wow, 3 drivers. That's a formidable challenge. They're being very careful around the Garage 69 car of Jacob Ochmansky, and proceeding on their way right now on my live screen. Fuga Simsport also on lap 73, chugging along. Indy Autosport White now showing 2 minutes and 54 seconds behind the lead as of the last time everyone crossed the line. That's a better interval. It seems like they've managed to leapfrog the leader, as we were following that story earlier about them trying to unlap themselves. And you also have Garage 69 now also on the lead lap, based on the recent pit stop cycles. 4 cars on the lead lap in LMP1.
It's interesting to see only 4 cars, but obviously it's a long race. I think a few issues up and down the field, maybe a bit of pace or lack of pace being shown early on in the race. But hopefully for some of the teams a lap down, such as Next Level, and to name here, and especially Exiled, currently at the back of the field. Hopefully they can show their pace later on in the race and hopefully get back on the lead lap and contest up at the front of the field and hopefully push for a podium. If not, make it a really interesting fight for the top of the LMP ones. Don't really want to see nothing against Freedom Maple Syrup. Obviously doing a really good drive right now, but they've had a demanding lead all race, so it would be nice to see them have a nice little fight, try and hold on to that position and show us what they can do.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, the fight seems to be for 3rd in that class, with Indy Autosport White just about 5 seconds. And just now passing as they lapped somebody, we saw a multi-car accident take place with an LMP2 and a GTE trying to avoid. It's very unfortunate. Cars involved. Very sad to see that happen. But right now, Daniel Civisabo in the Autosport White, driving the car.
So off from our view, we've obviously had a driver change. As earlier in the race, we did have Lockie Brown in the car. He was a driver that was contesting Reggie Robertson in the car of the Freedom Maple Syrup team. They were having a nice little battle under the blue flag situation within the Autosport, being a lap down. But it would be nice, as obviously we said, now back on the lead lap, to see if they can get back up to that front bumper of or rear bumper of Freedom Maple Syrup and see what they can do and continue the fight all again. As we're just going through the field, we still do have Give Me a Fishback Racing at the top of the LMP2s. LMP boys are not far behind though, still within a striking distance. For any mistakes for them, for any mistakes for Give Me a Fishback. And going down to the GTEs, we still do have Bushfink leading from Brosim to the Juncos behind those. I think it's time for another fun fact about the LeMans circuit.
You bet. Bring it to us.
Yeah. So the biggest ever win margin. In 1927, the margin from P1 to P2 was 349 kilometers. Or to be a bit more precise, 349.8 kilometers. Trying to find out. The Bentley was the winner, or driver Bentley. I'm not too sure on that one, but leading Salmson. My names aren't the best. 350 kilometers. Back in 1927 as well. Back in a time when speed wasn't a thing, really.
Right, not as we know it today, that's for sure. That's for sure, Thomas.
Be interesting to see what distances the drivers are playing today, which we can try and work out at the end of this, the race quickly for you and inform you of how many kilometers have been driven by these drivers or by the cars all day.
Yeah, just looking through my fun facts about the various teams, I'm looking at kind of the profile of the SimSport, our second place team right now. You've got definitely a very international team here. We've got Marius Danhausen from Germany. You've got Rick Verbiesen, who was in the car a little earlier, from the Netherlands. You got Ruslan Bayramkulov from Russia, and Patrick Pelchat from Canada. And I'm pretty sure there's another driver, because right now Pierre Benoit Lemire or Lemire is in the car, and I might have to resort to going to the iRacing service to see where he's from. But he may also be from Canada or from France, given his name only. But it's great. That's one of the great things about iRacing, is it exposes all of us to other cultures. I mean, you literally have folks from all over the world racing together. There's teams here today from obviously the UK, but also all over Europe. We've got Russians, we've got Americans, Canadians, South Americans, and as well as Asia and Japan, Australia, that whole part of the world. It's just amazing that we can all connect together and race.
Yeah, a lot of teams from different areas and a lot of drivers inside teams as well. It's a very hard thing for us as on this stream to set up due to different areas being used. But we've tried to do our best, obviously, and so we've got some Australians I've known through looking through team lists, and also some Americans, obviously. It's just one of the many challenges you face when you're setting up leagues.
That's right. That's right. Everyone's in a different time zone. People are awake at different times of the night and day. And that's sort of why the 24-hour race is appealing to everybody, right? Because if you have a global team, then you have someone who's awake at each time of the day, sort of in their normal waking zone to drive the car. That's helpful.
Yeah, having a large team does really help for that sort of situation, in the sense of you can have an American drive where it's nice lunchtime for them, and the car then's taken over by potentially an Australian who's having, or it's dinner time for them sort of situation. So it's
that's right. And then it brings up a good question about the lead of the race. I mean, Freedom Maple Syrup, as we mentioned, has 3 drivers overall, 2 in the UK and 1 in the US. And they're going to have to complete 24 hours among themselves, which means about 8 hours each in the car. Are they going to hold up to that? We're going to see. I did answer my own question about Fuga Sim Sports, Pierre Benoit Lemire. He's from Canada. You know, looking at their team roster, that's, you know, they've got, I guess we got different Fugas, right? We've got the Fuga LMP1 team, which right now has only 2 drivers registered. Could that be right? Are they going to really 12-hour at each? That's gluttons for punishment. I think maybe the roster they sent me was their overall team roster and not necessarily just who's participating in today's race.
Yeah, maybe that's the case, or maybe they just haven't been able to supply info for all the drivers. And
well, I'm looking at the race registrations. Don't they have to now register everyone who's going to drive at the time they join the server?
Unfortunately,
that doesn't apply to us in this hosted race.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to it being a hosted race, not official, we've not been able to get the full driver registrations or team registration drivers.
So people can drive kind of as in the old style. They just kind of register when they're ready to drive. Okay, that's fine for our purposes. The main reason for iRacing making that change was so that teams would be kind of put in the right split based on the overall competitiveness and iRating of all the drivers who are going to compete, rather than just the driver who was registered at the time of the start of the race. But you know, again, that doesn't apply here. There's no splits.
Change. That's the big change that iRacing have made this year about registering teams. All the drivers have to be declared who will be driving in the session and for the team, so that your team is very in a competitive split of where you should be, essentially.
So I'm going to make a point here, and I'm going to kind of run through the field with each team. I'm going to kind of go alphabetically through the list of teams that we've got listed today. First, I want to talk about Apex Tech Racing. They are driving in the looks like LMP2 field. They have 5 drivers registered. It looks like they're all Americans. We've got Kamal, Chris, EJ, Drew, and Lee. And they are running right now at 21st in class. They're obviously not at the pointy end. They're about 5 laps down from the race lead, but so far they've had a couple of drivers in the car. Kamal took the start. Looks like he had some incidents there, as I see some blank lap times. And EJ drove, and right now in the car is Chris. Right now the car's in the pits, which bodes ill to me. I'm just wondering whether they're having another repair period.
Yeah, I'm just going back to see the incident. It's looked like they were coming out of the Porsche curves. They had a little coming together with Team Equator, going past a slower GTE, and they just got turned and gone into the wall. Obviously, I'm not going to make a comment. I don't know what race control have said or if anyone's been penalised. But the LMP2 of Apex Racing have no front end, and that could be a long, lengthy repair time for them, unfortunately. And, with the guys driving this today, there is no fast repairs for them. and unfortunately, that could be a lot of a setback for those guys. But I'll let you, Colin, continue your talk about Apex.
Continue that. I'm just having some conversation offline with the administration team, but we can continue that. Next team in line is Equiver Motorsports. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. You know how it is. We never know what the heck the desired pronunciation is. But Matthias, Kai, Marcus, and Hugh are members of that team. We have a couple from Scandinavia and UK and France. So that's a European team by and large. So someone's staying up all night. That'll be exciting. They're running right now very strongly in third place overall. Right now, if I look at them live, they're on their lap 71 and just passing some lap traffic. It looks like they're coming into Arnage. I'm just going to sort of figure out where they are on the track. I guess they're coming into the Porsche curves, right? Whenever you see curves, it's usually Porsche curves, right? Their best lap in LMP 2 class is their lap 50, which is 3:31.508 by Matthias Jensen. So far, that's their top lap time. He's still in the car and running a good, solid mixture of 31s and 32s. And it looks like he just pitted on lap 67, so just 4 laps ago.
Yeah, it's still obviously showing a lot of different strategies throughout the field. Obviously, Matthias, if he's coming into the pits, might be slightly off strategy from the rest of the guys in the LMP2 field. But yeah, obviously showing a bit of class. Maybe they're showing a bit of being smart about the race.
Yeah, now they're showing in second place. So definitely some give and take with Give Me My Fish Back. Give Me My Fish Back right now is sitting on the just crossing the front straight, and Matthias in the Equiver car is looks like he's just hitting the somewhere on the Mulsanne.
For Team Equiver, I will openly say from the behind the scenes they are under review. For the incident with Apex Tech Racing coming out of the Porsche curbs, which could be a downfall if they, as you said, they're currently P2.
Right, really they may get a drive-through if they cause an incident. Yeah, we're trying to be pretty standard on the penalties here. Was what we're hearing from race control. If you are determined to be at fault in contact with another vehicle, you're definitely getting a drive-through of some sort. And that obviously is in addition to your 4X that you're going to get from such contact. But we feel on balance, I think it helps, keep everybody. Helps keep some level of repercussions from causing some kind of incident like that.
Yeah.
It happens in racing. We understand that it's just part of the process, I think.
No, so we'll keep you up to date with penalties and how Team Equiver do. Like if they receive a penalty, I will be sure to let you all know as soon as.
Great. And third on my list of going through the race here, and that is another LMP2 team, Banzu RX Flow WT. Right now, it looks like Daniel Hernandez Galan is in the car. It's a team from Iberia region. And they are running 16th in class, 2 laps down from their class leader. Their fast lap of the race so far is a 333 flat set recently by Daniel. They, I'm sure, have run into some difficulties over the race based on their being a few laps down. But so far in the car, we've had Pablo, who started out. Carlos took the second stint. Ruben the third, and Daniel is in the car now. So trading off, looks like probably each driver's doing a double fuel load, so two sets of fuel. It's pretty typical in this race to take fuel and obviously every pit stop, but take tires only every other pit stop. So each driver gets to drive through a set of tires. It's a great arrangement, usually very convenient. And actually, I see Daniel in the pits at the moment. But maybe he's last pitted. I think he came into the car lap 59. Right now is lap 71, so it's a scheduled pit stop. I expect to see him continue.
Yeah, we'll see them jump back on track hopefully very, very soon. I'll see when we have to see on stream, but the car right behind them in the pits are also the Apex Tech Racing. I'm reading in their chat they've got about 17 minutes of repairs after an incident they've had with the Team Equator. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see what comes out truly of the incident and see the RC decision. What they've said. It'll be interesting to see who they feel is at fault for that. And unfortunately, can't replay the incident as highlighted issues before. But from what I've been able to see, it's a very serious incident, and don't want to jump the gun and say anyone's at fault. But we'll just have to wait and see what the race directors say in their verdict on the situation.
Just want to cut in here and mention that it looks like there's been a change of the lead. I don't know if it's a pit rotation, pit cycling issue, but right now I see Pierre-Benoit Lemire in the Fuga SimSport car is shown as the leader. We're showing Freedom Maple 13 seconds back of them right now with Craig King in the car. 13 seconds on the iRacing side on my server, while I'm seeing a little bit of fluctuation over on the live server's timing. It's like it's now popped out to the 14 seconds or so. But watching Craig King in the Freedom car, he's getting up to speed after it looks like he might have just had a pit stop or possibly an incident.
Not to put in again. They have no longer come out of the pits the last lap. Just as I clicked over to Craig King currently in the car to see how they're doing, I have also just seen a nice little spin from the driver, Craig.
Yeah, who knows if he changed tires?
Chicane.
Yeah, maybe he had fresh tires. Just wondering, but that said, they'll carry on, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're still looking strong, and hopefully for Craig he can get his pace going and hopefully crawl that gap back down to that number one team currently at the top, that Fuga SimSport car. I think rightfully in strategy, I feel the Freedom Maple Circuit car is on top, and effectively your race one or car number one in the lead.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, on the exchange of pit stops, if their pit stop timing is off on a different sort of cadence, it could really play an important part when it comes down to the end of the race, assuming everybody stays clean till then. Let's see, when Fuga's last stop looks to have been lap 69, so they're lap 78. They'll be coming in probably around lap 80, and we should see another exchange for the lead at that point. Actually, it seems like they're not all that off on pit strategy, maybe 2 or 3 laps different. Going through the field. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it's that time of the stream. We need to give a big shout out to the sponsors, and potentially in a minute here we'll be able to get a word from them and their little advertisement of what they have to say about all of this.
That's great.
Let's see if I can try and set it up for you guys so we can.
Yeah, while you're talking about it, I'll just talk a little bit about our sponsors. Swindon Care Center also races in the league, SCCR by Delta Sport. Throughout the season, we're helping to raise money for their cause. You can help by clicking the link in the description. Every penny raised will help the spores support a carer, which is someone who cares for somebody who needs home care. And potentially also drives around, as you'll see in their ad, the drivers helping them get places, maybe bringing them meals. Also, the other sponsor, Unified Potential, is all about innovative community connectivity solutions, which are achieved through a robust set of programs, including MoveUp, Unified for Kids, and Racing Upward. MoveUp is a community transport network, but like Uber, but a lot more powerful and completely locally controlled. Unified for Kids will bring collaborative healthcare into communities, and Racing Upward will bring the racing world to kids that need the inspiration to go after their dreams. So those are three great programs that Unified Potential runs or is involved in.
And while we're waiting, I'm currently seeing Fuga Simsport currently in the pits, taking what seems to be their usual strategy in pit stops. I've dropped to P2 behind Freedom Maple Syrup.
As we predicted.
Yeah,
so on top of something. That's good.
Yeah. So trying to give you all the up-to-date information as we can, and yeah, as you see, Freedom Maple Syrup have come out behind Freedom and in front of the Garage 69 car, which is currently being driven by Matthias Weiser. Also seeing down the list, the Next Level Racing team in LMP1's SJS are currently coming into the pits. We'll keep you up to date on where that pulls him out in position if he comes out, stays in front either of Exiled or if he comes out behind Exiled. And yeah, they're all still got Indy Autosport White, Entertain here, Next Level and Exiled all still one lap down in LMP1s, and on the lead lap for the LMP1 you still have Freedom Maple Syrup, Fuga Simsport LMP1 and Garage 69 in that order. So it'll be interesting to see a little shake with the field for a moment, but it's just pit strategies. Obviously everyone's on a different tyre change or fuel stint wise.
Yeah, back on the story with the history of the Circuit de la Sarthe. You know, originally this track was even longer, I believe. Originally having been built or begun racing on around 1906 in the area, and apparently 1906 the French Grand Prix was held in June 1906 on closed public roads outside the city of Le Mans. It was organized by the Automobile Club de France as an alternative to the Gordon Bennett races, whatever that is, probably another organizer. In those races, they limited each competing country's number of entries regardless of the size of its industry. And at that time, France had the largest automobile industry in Europe. And so they wanted to have their own race. And they had no limit to the number of entries by any particular country. And they chose the original course was 64 miles in length, 103 kilometers, composed primarily of dust roads sealed with tar, which would be lapped 6 times on both days by each competitor. A combined race distance of 1,200 plus kilometers, or around almost 800 miles. And it lasted for more than 12 hours overall, and it was won by a Renault the first time through. So I guess the French got their wish and got to get some good publicity by winning that race. Fascinating stuff. Looking right now down our list of teams, Bunta Eve Racing is currently in the pits in their LMP2. They're shown now 23rd in class and 8 laps behind the lead. Looking to get a little detail from them. I've reached out to them to try and get some detail, and we'll report back once I maybe get something. Bro Sim Racing has 2 teams in the race, as has been mentioned. Their GT car is currently being driven by Nils Kor, and is running second in class. We've been talking about them on and off throughout the race. Nils Kor, Alex Gal, Yuda Cyril, and Christian Laurence are drivers from France mostly, although Nils is I think from Germany or the DE ATCH region club in iRacing. They are doing very well, and yeah, so that's exciting to see.
Yeah, just looking down the list, I'm noticing Apex Tech Racing are now back out on track after taking all the repairs that they've had, obviously after an incident. Still not seeing any update on the verdict that's been given. Obviously they've got a bit of a backlog of incidents to review. I believe the next one that will be coming out will be that incident. So we'll just have to wait and see for a little bit longer what is said about that incident with those guys.
Right.
Obviously, say it's unfortunate to see for those guys. They were running well.
It's hard to stay clean all the way through the race, and I wouldn't call a drive through the end of your day. There's a lot of race to go. So
yeah,
continuing. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just noticing LMP boys, obviously top of the LMP2 field, with a 21-second gap now back to Equaver. Don't know how when they got there, but Giving My Fish Back Racing are then for the 16 seconds, I believe, back from Equaver on the same lap as well.
Yeah, so they're all pretty close together. That's great to see. Still top racing there. Looking at my Bro Sim Racing bios, I can see that Nils is from Germany. He's the only person who's not French in the team, and he doesn't understand any French, so I'm not sure how they communicate. Apparently Alex is the only one who actually understands and speaks English fluently. And yeah, but they're just here to go vroom vroom and pretend race cars. I just wanted to remind you guys, this is not a game. This is a simulation.
Mine always comes back to the comment of Lewis Hamilton. I drive fast.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you're here for.
That's what we all do. We just want to come in and do some laps and show what sort of pace everyone has. And obviously a lot of pace being shown by a lot of the drivers today.
Yep. Bro Sim Racing LMP2 is also a competitor here today. They're in 9th place in the LMP2 class at the moment. They're shown a lap down from their leader, which is they're the first car lap down, so really very much still in contention overall. I think the LMP2 class looks like where there might be the highest level of competition, although we should not rule out GTEs. We'll take a look at that class a little more as we go through the field. Right now they've got Daniel Peluso in the car, and they have shown a driver roster so far with five drivers. Jeremy Valignon started. They ran a couple of stints. Jean-Claude Pellissier then took over for a couple of stints, and Daniel is about halfway through his stint. I think he might be getting towards the end of it. He's last pitted on lap 68. He's currently on his lap 74. So his pit stop should be coming up in another 5 laps, and maybe he'll be stepping out of the car for another driver. We'll see. But they're doing quite well in ninth out of the 24 cars that I'm showing in that field. Is that right? Might not be right.
I think you're not far off for sure.
Yeah, it's not far off. Yeah. That's the grid over there. Continuing to go through the field. Well, let's just take a look at what's happening on the stream. We're seeing 6th and 7th, I think, right now in LMP2, or we were. Now it's 11th place in LMP2. There's obviously a lot of traffic out here. The Circuit de la Sarthe is also very wide, which is kind of nice, given all the traffic. I think, the drivers have to get really accustomed to being lapped or lapping other cars in general. And, you know, most of the drivers know where this is going to happen, and they, you know, are very careful around those spots. 99% of the time, you know, these lapping maneuvers go just fine. But once in a while, if caught at an unexpected moment, or someone has a small issue with an oversteer or a lockup, that there could be trouble, and that's what we see over the course of the race.
I am currently noticing Team Equaver coming into the pits, but I think this is a usual stop. I'm not noticing anything for penalties just yet. I think that might be coming out very soon. But yeah, I believe this is a driver change as well. I don't know, get his name wrong, but Hugh Haycock's currently jumping into the car with a tyre change for that car of the number 86 team. And as it's been updated, I'm currently seeing no penalty being given to the Team Equator car. So they are currently running in P4 after taking their pit stop behind NSR Silver in third place, who are currently 12 seconds from those guys, from what I'm able to tell. I'll let you continue, Colin, with your team list.
Through the field, yeah, it's fun. It's fun to see how everyone's doing, and make sure we give a little, you know, time to everybody who's you know, sort of deigned to turn out today. We're so excited with the turnout, as we said. Not particularly, we are surprised, but you know, there's so much competitive spirit and so much desire to compete. So many people looking for opportunities. It's just great to be able to provide that for everybody. Next, I want to highlight Century Sim Racing. They are currently running 8th in the GTE class. That's a pretty good run, guys. Standings are kind of shifting around, but we'll see how they're doing right now. They're out on track. They're driving looks like they're driving a Porsche with a nice stripy livery. With some yellow and white highlights, a zebra front. They're in a battle right now with three other GTEs. I'm not sure they're all for position. At least one of them is. They're fighting hard with the DMC team. Dominic Spicker just hit the barrier. Oh my gosh! Oh no. But Century Sim traveled on, so I guess they've maintained their 38th position. I'm really sorry I can't show you what I'm looking at. We'll get that technology together for the next race. But Stuart Nunnan is driving the car right now. He was preceded by Andy Archer and Pete Harrod. Andy has the team's fast lap at a 3:50. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. The team is a UK-based team with showing 4 drivers so far logged in. So looks like James is yet to get into the car. Probably coming relatively soon, although the stints on the GTEs are definitely a little bit longer. They have usually a full hour or so in the car. It looks like about a 15-lap stint around here, but those guys will carry on, and they're now shown in 9th, moving around a little bit here and there. Looking back at our top classes, we still have Freedom Maple Syrup now again in the lead after the exchange of pit stops by about 39 seconds to Fuga, which seems to me to be about 6 seconds less than the last time I saw it. Garage 69 is now in 3rd, and Indy Sport White in 4th. They've exchanged places, and it looks like Indy Sport might have lost some time somewhere along the line there because they used to be ahead. But it could be just the pit stop exchange. I think actually that is probably what it is. They're well into their next sector. They last pitted on lap 76, and it's now their lap 82, while Garage 69 last pitted on lap 76, and it's their lap 82. So they pitted around the same time. So that maybe isn't the explanation. Not sure.
Try and work it out. I am looking on my list. Noticing in LMP1s at least, the fastest lap of the race, which I'm not sure how recently this has been set, the fastest lap for the LMP field is a 3:14.7 currently. A lot of the drivers are setting around a 3:15, 3:16 as the race pace, with a sprinkle of 3:14s here and there. But that 3:14 currently set by Entename here, who unfortunately are a lap down, are just over a minute behind Indio Spot White on track. Hopefully we'll see them show some of that pace that they've obviously got, setting 3:14s, and see them towards the top of the field later on in the race.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go, guys. We're at 4:48 elapsed time in the race, so coming up to, I guess that's looks like there's just under 20 hours. Well, the ticker on the stream says 19 minutes or so, and 19 hours, sorry, to go, and 15 minutes. So we're 4 hours and 45 minutes into the race, which that makes sense with the 4. Sorry, I can do the maths.
quick maths. I'm also looking at the LMP2 field, just looking through the fastest lap times. LMP2s is looking about a 3:30 is the last fastest. A lot of teams are setting a 3:30 flat as their fastest lap time.
The competition very, very tight.
That lap time is currently set by Ronin Simsport, who obviously had a few issues here and there, and are currently 5 laps down from the class leader of Give Me My Fish Back Racing. As I do just quickly notice, I now saw Silver of LMP2 having a little spin through Porsche curves and being stranded in the middle of the track, unfortunately. I believe you are seeing that on the stream as well, as they get a little tap from the LMP1. Unfortunate for them, I believe they do also get a little tap from the GTE, unfortunately, which gives them a little bit of front end damage.
And then they reset, and now they're in the pits. Very sad to see that from them in 3rd place overall. They're going to probably take a pretty big tow penalty, as well as then some mandatory repairs.
I am curious to see if that may be a penalty though towards the LMP1 trying to go up the inside of the NSR Silver, and maybe the outcome. I mean, on initial looks, it was just a racing incident, but we'll just have to wait and see what gets said in and around the race directors and what their decision is if a report does occur for this incident. We'll just as you did see, it was a little bit of an ambitious move from the Entename here, LMP1, but we'll further review from the race directors will obviously give us a more clear choice of what they've said. I am looking down into the GT field, with the fastest lap currently being a 3 minutes and 47.8, coming from the team in P2 currently, Team Bushfink Racing. They are currently 36 seconds behind P1 of Brosim Racing, but they do also have Porsche Sport, another 37 seconds behind them. So a bit of a gap appearing there with all the GTE top cars.
That's a change. I think Team Bushfink, I believe they were the last. They were in the lead. They did pit on lap 70, and Bro Sim Racing in the lead last pitted on lap 59. So this could flip-flop again, I feel. we'll follow the story and see what happens.
Up and down the field, a lot of the teams are looking to try and get comfortable. Obviously, we're getting a few little instances here and there. Obviously, as we're seeing with the Ents name here in the LMP2, which does raise if there may be a report there, maybe a penalty for the LMP1 of M's name here. I will try and keep my ears peeled and see if anything is said. But currently, as it's looking at, there is no incident report. So M's name here may have got away with one, but we'll just have to wait and see when it comes to that.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that the team working the steward's office, they're only able to respond to reports that come in. It usually takes a little while for a team to report in and then have the stewards rule on something, especially at this point in the race, if there may be a number of incidents in the backlog.
Looking up and down the field, though, everyone is maintaining a very similar position to where it was when we joined into the broadcast for you guys, into the broadcast booth. But other than this, been a few incidents here and there. Obviously, we've not long seen the incident with the LMP2 and LMP1, but just have to. We'll keep you up to date with what we see and what obviously you guys see on the broadcast. I know, obviously, with the incidents, we will probably see a lot more than what you guys see, unfortunately.
Right now, I will say that the Bro Sim Racing car is in the pits, just as we were speculating. And right now, Team Bushfink is just passing the pit lane. It looks like they will retake the lead. To kind of round out the top 5 in the GTE class, we have a Porsche Sport, which looks like they are about 2.5 minutes behind the lead of that class. And Junkos Racing Esports, another one of our professional affiliated teams, running in 4th spot. Strongly. I think they've moved up. On the grid, they were what looks like 49th overall. Not in class per se, but now they're up to 32nd overall. So that's quite an improvement. 17 positions they've moved up since the start of the race. I should contrast that to Team Bushfink, who started 29th, 34th overall, and is now in 29th. It's just 6 spots up. So Junkos Racing a huge mover today. Rounding out the top 5 is N-Race Esports. I just wanted to get that in there. Go ahead, Thomas.
I was going to say it'd be interesting to see how many positions some of the cars have gained from the green flag drop. I'm going to currently work on getting that up for you guys.
Yeah, why don't you see what's the highest, biggest change? And meanwhile, we'll look also at where are we right now in LMP2. We have Give Me My Fishback Racing now is shown in the lead with a 15-second gap back to LMP Boys, and Quiver Motorsports is further 2.5 minutes back or so, 2 minutes 25 back of them. With Team Bushfink now shown in 4th overall, and TC Corsa Esports shown in 5th. So that's their top 5.
Well, while I'm finding my data, guys, I think I'm going to try and find out all of the data for the top 5 on how many positions have been gained since the start of the race for those. But as I am aware, I think we are ready just to go to a brief little update for you guys. So we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
10-4.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect. No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody, from our commercial break. We're really thankful for our sponsors. We want to call them out again, Swindon Carers Center, as well as Unified Potential. Very excited to have them on board with the series.
Yeah, we are. As I said before the break, guys, I've got a couple of those stats for you. So I've gone and got the top 5 for each class. So for the LMP ones, we've got obviously Freedom Maple Syrup currently in first place. They have neither gained or lost any positions with the since the start of the race. In P2 currently we have Fuga Simsport. We've got them at a +6 right now, gaining 6 positions since the start of the race. Moving on, we've got Garage 69, gaining 1 position, who are currently sat in 3rd place. In 4th place we have Indie Autosport White, who have gained 3 positions. And in 5th place, and rounding out the stats for the LMP ones I have, is Next Level Racing, car number 9, who have neither plus or gained or lost any positions since the start. Moving on to the LMP2 field, so our current stats, we have LMP boys in P1 who have neither gained or lost any positions. Since the start, we have Equator Motorsports coming in a whopping 7 positions gained since the start of the race. Moving down into 3rd place currently is TC Course Esports, who have gained a whopping 5 positions. Give Me My Fish Back in 4th, have neither gained or lost since the start. And Team Bushfink in 5th position currently have lost 2 positions since the start of the race. I'm going to quickly move on to the GTEs. So we have in P1 Team Bushwink Racing, who since the start of the race have gained 1 position. Moving on to second place, Bro Sim Racing GTE, who have gained a whopping 5 positions. In P3 we have Porsche Sport, car number 911, who have gained another 8 positions since the start of the race. With the biggest gain of the day currently going to car number 32, Juncos Racing Esports, in 4th place currently in the GTE field, gaining a whopping 13 positions in 5 hours of racing. Obviously doing well, seeing if they can keep up that potential streak and gaining a few more positions. And in 5th place we have the N-Race Esports team, gaining 3 positions since the start of the race. Now, I don't know about you, Colin, but a lot of the teams that are at the front of each field have gained a lot of positions. What do you think it's a combination of driving safely and not crashing, or just driving really well?
Well, that's racecraft, right? In a long race like this, to see Juncos at the top of that pile, with a lot of folks there, professional background in their racing, it's just exciting to see people doing that well, kind of, and it really does show it's not so important where you start in these kinds of races. Although obviously in the beginning of the race, it's really nice to be up at the front and avoid incidents further back in the field. We did have some really clean starts today, though, so that helped a lot of guys get through the first couple minutes. To answer your question, I mean, really, I do think it's some combination of pace and judgment, right? Racecraft. It's really interesting to see in these races and I've seen quite a few of them on the service over the years, where you see at the end of the race the people who are at the front end of the standings, they are very circumspect around lap traffic. They're careful. They don't force or rush things or completely assume what the other driver is going to do, and that is I think that's the most important skill in this racing. It's not outright pace. I think you have to have decent pace, but once you have a pace that's generally competitive with everyone else, it's also completely about your judgment on the racetrack and luck. There is some luck. Sometimes something will happen right in front of you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So yeah.
So, would it be safe to say a good combination of being a really fast driver but being really sensible and smart, sticking behind cars, not overtaking, even if the move is there and doable, but still being really safe and sticking behind? Do you think a lot of the cars in those classes are looking at doing that sort of play, or do you think I judgment wise would say a lot of the cars are having a bit of luck when it comes to traffic? I know watching Freedom Maple Syrup for a little while, they were having some really good overtakes on some of the GTE cars. The GTE cars pulling out into braking zones, braking a little bit earlier, letting them get that overtaking position, so they can just run their line through the turns, essentially.
That's right. I mean, I feel like multi-class racing is a kind of a dance. Each class has to dance with the others. It's a deadly dance, to be sure, at times, but overall, I mean, you need to know when to move on, when to share half of the racetrack. As I've done a little bit of assistance with the stewarding role, one of the things we see in incidents is, people making these assumptions about what the other car should do, and then the other car doesn't follow those assumptions. When you're braking into a corner with somebody who's a different class, are they going to stay on their half of the track? Are they going to kind of take the normal racing line, or are you? Obviously, it's a little bit of both that you have to do. We always say that the slower cars should just hold their lines, but not always strictly true. So they can't hold the normal line they would take. For example, if they're alongside another car coming out of a corner, they can't drift across the track and use the whole track on the exit necessarily. They have to be aware of the other car and the other car needing some room as well.
Yeah. There's a little question that's been asked in chat. Are you guys doing in-race interviews? We will eventually do some in-race interviews. We're going to wait for some opportunities to arise. I've noticed a few drivers we would like to interview that we have had on our list currently in the car. Currently the top of the field for LMP2s, the LMP boys car, currently with Peter Zuber in the car. Would be really nice to have a chat with him and see his take on driving the LMP2, as usually he is an LMP1 driver within the iRacing esports world. So it'd be really interesting to see his take on driving the LMP2 for the first time. For you guys that may be new around iRacing, so difference in cars maybe is one thing I really wanted to talk about. You're looking down the field, you've got LMP1 class, you've got two different cars to choose from. You've got the Porsche LMP1 and the Audi R18. Now, I've done a little research, and I don't know about you, Colin. There's so much difference between these two cars, but they're very similar in terms of pace. Now, the research I found out was the Porsche is the only one of the two that can regen the boost on the straight, which is electrical energy for the car to be able to deploy going onto the straights. The Audi does also have this, but the Porsche can seem to regen on the straights, but the Audi only regens going into braking zones when under braking. What type of car would you think would be better for this type of circuit here, Colin?
Well, certainly with the predominance of straights on this track, it sounds like the Audi would certainly have more of a more of a benefit overall than say our next track, which is Barcelona, going to be very twisty and a lot more chance for the Porsche to probably gain some benefit from having a lot of braking zones. It's a very interesting profile, though, the two cars.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Obviously, we've got Freedom Maple Syrup up there in P2, currently driving the Audi R18, and I believe, and I'm just going to double check, Fugas and Sport, I believe, are driving the Porsche. Let me just double check those facts. If I can even find their name. For some reason, they seem to have disappeared on my list to be able to search.
Well, while you're working through that, I just want to go on with the kind of going through the field here. I want to highlight now Core Motorsports. They're a Portuguese team, and they are currently running in 20th in class in GTE, 3 laps down from the field. They've had a couple of drivers in the car so far. Antonio Pexi has taken the first stint. I'm sure I'm going to butcher the names, unfortunately. I need to take a crash course in international pronunciations. But Marco Mendez currently in the car, and they are driving the Corvette. And their hot lap, as it were, so far was set on lap 24 with a 3:48.6. But they're having a great time, and they're still out there. We'll looking at the car, it looks mostly clean. I just see a lot of dirt on the front end, as theirs has got a white nose. At this point in the race, the marbles are starting to stack up out there on the circuit.
Yeah, and we'll get onto the GTE cars obviously later on. Looking at the list, we do have Freedom Maple Syrup and Fuga, both driving the Audi. And the first Porsche is currently the Garage 69 and also the Indy Autosport White. Now, looking at the battles earlier, do you think that Porsche is faster, as Indy Autosport White, looking brown behind the wheel, was able to almost keep pace and almost go faster than Reggie Robertson of the Freedom Maple Syrup car early in the race? Do you think maybe the Porsche is faster, or maybe the Audi is?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't have a lot of experience driving the LMP ones. I just say it's fun to watch. Right now, we are showing the Indy Autosport White is now about a little over 3 minutes back on the lead lap. So they're haven't really been able to do a lot of make a lot of impression overall in terms of getting their whole lap back. They were a little further along on that task earlier. I think they had a few little issues. And right now, to be fair, Fuga has the lead with a 33-second gap on Freedom Maple Syrup. I think it's really that's a function of pit stops. But we'll try and see if we can get a word with one of those drivers out of one of those leading cars, get their take on the race so far. But really exciting to watch. The top 4 teams are doing great.
Yeah, as the list updates, it's the other way around with Fuga and Freedom. I believe Fuga have recently just gone through the pits.
Right, it's just changed. Changed. I think Fuga's probably
just ahead of Fuga, but yeah, it's still a really close battle between those two cars, and two very similar cars. Obviously, the only thing different between the two are potentially the setups they're using. So it's interesting to see the difference in setups, whether Fuga has a faster car in the corners or on the straights. What the guys have been doing during practice sessions. I'm guessing you got some news to say?
No, I was just watching the stream, and again, I'm 20 seconds back from you're hearing me 20 seconds after I saw the issue. I'm seeing Kristen Rumpelnick slicing through a line of GTEs in the middle of the backstretch. There's probably a little further between them than it looks, but boy, it looks tight, and it just highlights the challenge of dealing with lap traffic. Like I said, I mean, right now we're looking at Ryan Parkinson's Porsche eSport car, but there's a line of GTEs here, and the LMP2s, just making their way through, but it's just an endless stream of traffic in this race, honestly.
Yeah, I think let's go down chronologically order. Obviously, we've got LMP2 class up next. Obviously, only one car in this class of choice, which is the new Dallara LMP2 P2117. Seems to be a big popular car, as there's a lot of cars in the series deciding to choose that one. And it's interesting to see how close the field actually is. Obviously, the top 2 are separated by 14 seconds currently, and a TC course, give me my Fishback Racing even, I believe it is, or TC course, I'm not too sure yet, as my driver list is updating on who's in what position, who is currently believed to be 85 seconds back from the Quiver Motorsports team. But the top 2 in that LMP2 class are looking really good and competitive. Early on in this race, at least. Obviously, as for car, obviously they're all in the same car. Just be setups, obviously very different. I believe there's quite a bit of setups that can be changed, or setup adjustment for this car within this field. So it's quite different to see pace varying on the setup for the drivers, and whether they're comfortable with their cars, or whether they've just got a very fast car that's not very stable through some of the corners.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Dallaras too, because there was a recent announcement. It's very exciting for the racing service of a new Dallara Formula car. Basically, it's going to take the place of the F1 car as the Grand Prix Series race car. It's actually a, what would he call it? I hesitate to call it a fantasy car because it's based in reality. It's a car that could drive on real racetracks in real world conditions, but it has never been produced as a real car. It's been something that they've built and modeled strictly as a e-racer, by which I mean in the iRacing service, and that was recently announced just the other day. Pretty wild.
It is also fun to see. Obviously, the LMP2 is a very recent car, and the LMP1s are a fairly old car within the service. And they're based off old cars in the real life.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when they came out, though. It wasn't that long ago. It was a couple of years ago. But
with how quick
they were
new.
You know, they were new at the time. But it's the new Dallara iRacing 01 is the one I'm talking about. I'm gonna paste the link for this news into the chat on the YouTube channel, just in case you guys haven't heard about it.
We've just seen Peter Zubat having a bit of an issue going through the 4 chicanes as his car takes flight over the sausage curbs, as gets a little bit wrong going into the 4 chicanes, and ends up cutting the corner, and maybe a little bit of floor damage for that P1 team of LMP boys with Peter Zuber in the car. It would be a shame to see an issue with their car after some good pace is shown. But as we move on to the big field, the GTEs, 4 different cars of choice these drivers and teams could have chose. We have the Porsche 911 RSR, we have the Corvette C8.R, we also have the Ford GTE, based off the 2017 Ford GT, I believe, and we also have the Ferrari 488 GTE. And there's a lot of different factors with each car. I believe each team will have had to factor in. I know the Corvette was a very popular car, but also the Porsche is a very popular car within the series as well. Do you have any comments to say potentially about that, Colin?
Yeah, sorry, I've been a little bit distracted trying to set up some interview here. So didn't completely follow your conversation. I apologize. We're trying to do what we can to make the broadcast interesting, and I think we should hopefully be able to get in some drivers for interviews shortly. I'll be right back. I'm going to just step out for a second and set something up.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, guys, as we're seeing, we've got a lot of different cars within the GT field. The Porsche, from my knowledge, the Porsche is, and the Ferrari as well, is a very good car when it comes to turning, and it can be really stable with a really good setup. On the straight line, I feel like the Corvette and potentially the Ford GT are potentially the better cars for straight line speed. So it's interesting to see what teams have taken an approach leading up to this series, whether they've gone for the faster car in a straight line. Obviously, looking down the list of schedule with the other tracks we've got to come to. Obviously, this is the first race here at LeMans. The second race we've got at Barcelona, so a smaller track with not a lot of straights. Then we've got Spa for another 24-hour race, which has got obviously the big camel straight, which can be used to a lot of people's advantage. And then also we've got the Nürburgring GP circuit, which has got the big front straight, and also the long downhill and uphill straight. As I'm also seeing on the broadcast, a big incident that didn't know about actually, resulting in a few cars going flipping. I'll go back and look at that in a moment. But and then for round 5 of the series, we also got Sebring, which obviously has got a nice long back straight. It's also a very bumpy circuit, so maybe a car would turn in, maybe downfeed by by the lighter chassis that they will have, such as the Porsche, maybe bouncing around a little bit more on the bumps over there.
All right, I've come back. Listen, I'm going to continue going through the field as I was. We're trying to set up something with a driver and pull them in for an interview. But let's talk a little bit about DGTCR. Right now, they are running in 18th place in the LMP2 class. As I look at them, we've got Peter Johansson in the car right now. Tobias Hald and Sebastian Kellet are the other drivers, as well as Kenny Lassen, Scandinavian team. Sebastian started the race, and Tobias took the second stint and took quite a bit of a stint, it looks like. And then Peter is in the car for the last 15 laps or so. They're running right now. They're running on their own, and it's fun to watch them zip through the field. They're on the straights. Their best lap of the race right now is lap 54 by Tobias Hald at a 3:34.602. So we thank them for participating. Let's see a little biographical information. Peter is the owner of the Danish GT series, a full Danish GT iRacing series with 48 cars on the grid. That's a cool series. So if you're, especially if you're in Denmark, that would be of interest for sure. They look like they're a Denmark-based team. So there's that. Welcome to the series.
Yeah. Obviously, a big series. We accept a lot of people from a lot of places around the world. We've also got an Australian team in here, which I presume we'll talk about later on in the broadcasting. Give a bit of a shout out for joining the series. I'm just looking through, and there's a lot of incidents going on right now. I don't know if you noticed it, but there was a big murder on the back straight with a few cars going flipping through the air.
Oh boy, that's going to be I'm sure a flurry of incident reports for our stewarding team. That they're going to be going out of their head with kind of taking a look at everything.
So they can get it all sorted and run through and get everyone settled down, and maybe just let everyone chill out a little bit and take some time. Let's get back driving again and stop having incidents, obviously. I am looking down the entry list. We currently have 2 teams that have had their races ended, sadly. Obviously, as we highlighted earlier, Legends Racing, who were involved with a big incident going onto the Mulsanne Straight, and also Quality Control Racing GT Pro. They're also no longer in the race. It'd be interesting to see what incident they were involved in, and what's almost pushed them out of the race.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Everyone prepares for these races, but it's inevitable, perhaps, that a few fall prey to race-ending incidents. I wouldn't say inevitable. Maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but it's rare that it does not occur. That that everyone finishes a 24-hour race. I guess you could say that never happens. I think that'd be fair to say. Yeah. So right now I'm going to move on to the next team in my list. We've got DHR, which are fielding 2 cars today. We've got DHR Team AM. We'll start with them. The AM team for DHR is running in 111th. Sorry, that's the car number. Sorry, I like thinking about 10 things at once and things come out of my mouth. They're running in 14th place in the GTE class with right now Guillaume Caratoni at the wheel. Eric, they're a Brazilian team, it looks like, with Eric Troiano, Pedro de Oliveira, Fabio Zamberlini, Jorge Menezes as the other drivers registered right now. So they've got a healthy 5-team lineup right now. driver lineup, and are running, in 14th place. They're just looks like about one lap down to the leader. So still not too far behind. Maybe 2 laps down. Really depends on where the leader is and the pit cycles, of course. Overall, they started out with Pedro in the car, and then Eric took over and set their fastest lap on lap 64 at 350.2. And Guillaume has taken over on lap 74 and currently on lap 82 in his first stint in the car. Let's see if I have any biographical information for them. I don't think I do. While talking about DHR AM, let's also talk about DHR Pro. We have Matheus Leist in the car right now from Brazil, as well as that on that team. These are the guys that started, I think, up on pole for the GTE class and ran into some kind of issues on the first go round, and we started out with Victor Miranda in the car, and then Caio Vinicius Gaspar took over for the second part. There's a couple untimed laps there that look like that might be where they ran into trouble, lap 11 to 14 area. And he took quite a long stint, settled in after maybe some early trouble, and then Matthias has been in the car since lap 56, now being lap 75 they're running. Their fast lap for the race early on at a 3:49.8. Yeah, a great participation with two drivers, 2 teams being shown. Matheus Leist is also, I think, a pro driver. I knew I had heard of him. He did drive in the IndyCars for a little while, and currently driving in the WeatherTech series for JDC Miller Motorsports, according to Wikipedia. Yeah, I remember seeing him. He definitely showed some speed and had a good stint there. He drove in the IndyCar series for AJ Foyt Racing, and previously in Indy Lights for Carlin. So exciting to have him on the track, and they are holding up their end. I mean, they're running in 23rd overall. 8 laps down to the class, but staying proud and pushing on in the race, which we appreciate the competitive spirit there for sure. Back to our standings overall. Let's take a look at where we are. In LMP1, Fuga Sim Sport is 11 seconds ahead of Freedom Maple Syrup. Looking at the pit cycle, it looks like Fuga pitted on lap 91, running lap 97 right now, and Freedom Maple Syrup pitted on lap 89. So maybe they're off by a couple laps. The last couple laps for Freedom Maple Syrup are 19s, 20s, and maybe a couple 22s. When I look at Fuga Sim Sport, they have been running 17s and 18s with even a couple 16s. So safe to say that Pierre Benoit Lemire in the Fuga Sim Sport car has got a little bit more pace at this point in the race. Some 316s are pretty impressive. Right now he's running out by himself on the track.
Yeah, just a little offsets with the pit stops. A couple laps between Fuga Sim Sport and Freedom Maple Syrup. Freedom pitted on lap 88 and Fuga last pitted on lap 90. So 2 laps are currently separating those guys on their pitch cycles. Maybe Fuga are running a strategy where they're saving a little bit more fuel over the race. Maybe Freedom did an early pit stop to maybe eradicate a splash and dash towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I personally would say it's a little early, in my opinion, to start thinking about the strategy towards the end, but I could be wrong about that. I mean, you certainly, if you're really taking it seriously, you want to be modeling that on an ongoing basis through the race. How have we been doing? How long have our stints been taking? And where are our fuel stops? And where does that put us towards the end? At this point in the race, you conceivably save a lap's fuel, given you have, something like 18 and a half hours to go. Exciting to say that we're almost 6 hours, a quarter of the way through the race. And that that's kind of a milestone, right? The server time right now is 2,100 hours, which my basic math skills would tell me that's about 9:18 in the evening. Is that right? 7:18.
Yes.
9:18.
9:18.
Yeah, it's pretty light given that. If I'm looking at the server, we are starting to see, however, the darkness coming. It looks like it's sunset time though on the LeMans circuit.
Yeah, I believe the sunset for the iRacing servers at this time of year is around about 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock at night. So maybe here in about 15-20 minutes between that area and about an hour, we'll see sunset and we'll potentially fall down into a big darkness. And yeah, the racing starts. Obviously the drivers will have to now navigate the dark track and coming up with lights behind you, which is obviously a big challenge for these guys.
Let me tell you, if you didn't practice driving at night, you will be you will not have a fun time. Let's put it that way. I'm pretty sure most of these guys have done.
Big incident earlier, I highlighted about Peter Zuber having issues going through the 4 chicanes, skipping over those little sausage curbs. His last pit stop, which was on lap 87, not too long ago, was around 3 minutes longer than a usual pit stop for the LMP2 cars. So having to maybe repair a bit of floor damage maybe there. Obviously jumping over the curbs isn't really going to help the floor of the car, which will hurt the top speed of the car on the straight. So clearly having a long pit stop like that, they had a few issues there, unfortunately for them. But they're still there in P3, about 75 seconds, about a minute and a half behind Quiva Motorsports, who are currently in P1.
Want to point out on the LMP1 front, Fuga has just pulled a 3:14.8 out of the car, which is a great lap time given the traffic. It's a little over 3 seconds faster than Freedom Maple Syrup's last lap. And Craig King in that car may have hit some traffic during his lap. It's rare that you get the opportunity in an LMP1 to do a clean lap with anything like a qualifying level of pace. So that's pretty exciting for Fuga.
And I'd be interested to see incidents like these rising when it comes to shorter tracks such as Barcelona. And I wouldn't say Spa as much, it's still a big circuit and a lot of space. But Barcelona for sure and Sebring are going to prove difficult tracks for spaces such as when it comes up to traffic and always being in traffic as such.
Yeah, these are the classic tracks, right, for multi-class racing, but it doesn't mean they're easy on that front. So,
multi-class racing is never an easy task, is it really?
No, it isn't.
But I feel the drivers today are making a really good job of it and doing as good as they can do.
Right. Well, we've got a very skilled group, as we've indicated by some of the folks we have. So we're excited about that. just working on trying to line up an interview. It's a little bit always a little tough to catch everybody on their timing. We'll get better at that as everything else. Definitely looks like the sun is setting here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. The lights are becoming more and more, the headlights that is, becoming more and more apparent on the cars. Right now we're looking at Freedom Maple Syrup in second, or we're looking at. Do you have any more information, Thomas, about the murder, as you called it, on the straight there? What happened exactly? If you could take a minute and maybe gather a little information about it, it'd be interesting to relay to everybody.
I mean, I can check through the incident report quickly. I am seeing no penalty was given to the Brosim Racing team, who was the car that was parked across the track, who did get sent flying up in the air, as they had a massive repair and a tow for the situation, as obviously, as you saw at the end of the incident, the car was upside down over the barrier, unfortunately for them. But I'm not really seeing any penalties as such. It's just obviously unfortunate for the Exalted Motorsport team, who was the LMP1 late into the incident, who got caught up, who did eventually send the Brosim Racing LMP2 over the fence. Unfortunately for them. And once again, unfortunately for the Apex Tech Racing team, who was also an LMP2, who were caught up in the incident with Brosim Racing, which originally initiated and started the whole fiasco, as say. But yeah, unfortunately for Apex Tech, getting caught in a few incidents, unlucky for them. Obviously started out really well, having a good race start with, but getting caught in a few incidents and by the looks of things has almost put them back in a really tough position to grab a race win maybe today, unfortunately for them. But let's not count them out. The things, people never die in races like these. Like they can come back.
Well, that's right. Things will change. I think that persistence is the key virtue here, right? I do want to mention that Indy Autosport Whiteman looks like. Oh my goodness! I'm watching. Sorry to interrupt, myself, but I'm watching Freedom Maple Syrup, who just had a spin right around the front stretch. Now they're diving for the pit lane. Maybe they almost missed the pit call. I wonder about that, but it looked like Fuga has, clawed back about 6 seconds on their from Freedom, which is 6 seconds around here is like nothing. But they're working so hard at it. Right now, Freedom Maple Syrup.
It almost looks, Colin. I've gone back to this myself. It almost looks as if Craig, obviously the driver of the Freedom Maple Syrup car, has almost just lost it under his own power coming into the pit.
Oh yeah, obviously, I see it now. That's right.
It's a tight pit entry. Obviously, you pretty much got a chicane in the pit entry run-in. I think he's just got a little bit too hot onto the.
I might have clipped the dirt there on the
entry.
Inside. I don't know.
It's just turned him around, unfortunately for him.
Well, very lucky that no one was coming through, the actual 4 chicanes at that moment and creamed him. glad that didn't happen.
Also noticing Alex Davidson has also jumped into the car. And I would hate to say, I think they may also have a black flag for an unsafe pit entry, which is automatically given by iRacing, which Stewart will not have given him, but yeah. He crossed the white line on the pit entry, so unfortunately for them, as it looks like he is currently serving, being sat in the pits the way he is, that we can see.
Right.
He'll be serving that penalty now. Not sure on the length of the penalty, probably 40 seconds hold, I presume. But yeah, unlucky for them, obviously they were fighting up here with Fuga, and one little mistake, and they're now nearly a minute back from the guys in P1. But I think luckily for them, looking at the way it is, they've held on to P2. They had enough gap to stay ahead of the Garage 69. But let's see if these guys can catch that position back up and catch the back end of Fuga Sim Sport and make up for the time they've just lost. As I was saying, guys, we're gonna try and work on getting an interview in here. Asking around a couple of the teams. Obviously, we've just seen a driver change here for the Freedom Maple Cert team, so maybe might be able to try and get Craig in here if he's able to.
Yeah, he may be spotting. Who knows? We'll work on a little bit more on this, and next time we'll probably set up a little bit of a more streamlined way to get that happening. So
I keep noticing. I'm going to double check through chat. I believe maybe Push Spot, you're up for offering a driver for interviews. I have only just noticed what you put in chat.
yeah, I did. I went in and checked with them, but the driver in question who had come out of the car had stepped away at that point. Let me just see where that's at.
Would be nice. So if we can get a nice into one of the teams that are doing fairly well in the race so far. Obviously, Porsche Sport currently sat in P3. But after that little incident with Craig, if he's able to, would be
yeah, he may not be in the mood to be honest, but
it would be quite interesting.
The best interview, so you know, we'll see what we can do.
We do have Craig in the interview waiting. Are we ready? Yes.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yep. Hi, Craig. Welcome to the broadcast booth.
Hello. It's a little bit different actually being interviewed.
We were just interested in the. I don't know if you're up for talking about it, but the big incident you've just had on pit entry.
Overcooked it.
Just a little bit too hot, was that?
Just a little bit, yeah. Not happy with myself about it. Apparently overcooked it. I thought I went in a bit too slow, and I think I must have clicked a little curb or something. Yeah, I think I went too slow, and then thought, oh, I need to speed up. I'm a bit too slow, and just overcooked it.
Yeah, sometimes anything out of pattern can just trigger a little off track or a clip of the dirt or curb that maybe sends you spinning. We're very lucky no one was coming through the chicane at that moment. To, you know, you were able to really pull the car back in.
Unfortunately, I did get a 40-second stop and hold for it, but I didn't.
Yeah, that doesn't help either. But otherwise, I mean, how are things out there? How have you guys found it? Obviously, you've been in the lead much of the time in the Freedom Maple Syrup car.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gotta be honest. I'm getting carried. Alexander and Reggie have been doing a fantastic stint, the two of them. Alex in for another triple. I got called up late, and I got to be honest, I haven't really done a lot of LMP1 driving for a while, so I had to literally just crash course myself again this week. And for me, it's a case of I'm used to the old days of trying to do 13 laps and push, but well, not push per se, but just not a good first stint really. It was hard to shake the cobwebs and shake the nerves because there was a lot of traffic about, and but you can't help it. No one's at blame. It's just a lot of traffic going on.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, how much of a challenge it is for everybody, you know, every speed dealing with all the traffic. So good for you for you know, really being willing to come in and help fill the team. I know there's a lot of hours to go. I know you'll get a chance to shake off the cobwebs further in the upcoming stints. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that, you know, if you haven't driven it for a while. Of course, the last time I drove it was before the season 4 changes. So for me, I was getting used to. I had to start turning using the throttle with the tire model, and now it's like I don't even have to do that because everything's just planted. So it was getting used to that, and I feel I'm off pace, but I feel I'm back on that rhythm as I was before. But one of my things is, I'm not a fast person, but I'm aiming for the 13 laps. I shouldn't give that away on stream. Oh no, people's watching. I shouldn't give that away on stream, but no, I'm looking at the longest stints.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of race to go, as I've been saying, kind of overall through the broadcast. So we'll any other thoughts on any other moments in the race that you can recall that were fun or particularly stressful?
The entire first 12 laps were stressful.
Yeah.
It's not been too bad for us. We've had a couple of issues with lap traffic, but at the end of the day, like we said, it is multi-class racing. You've got to be careful with multi-class racing where you go, and of course, I'm used to broadcasting it, so it's different being in the other chair per se. So usually when I'm doing the ILMS broadcast, it's like, oh, it's different. You can't sit there and say you can do it because it's totally different, and especially on a track like LeMans, everything just gets longer. The braking points get longer and the gaps get longer. You have to really start thinking. You're thinking 3 corners ahead, and you've got to think almost 2 straights ahead when you come to LeMans.
Yeah. Do you have a broadcast group that you want to plug at all, or who do you do work with?
Well. That's ready on TV. That's
okay.
That's ready on TV every Friday night for the ILMS. And this Sunday we finished the Fanatec GT Challenge at Monza, which is the GT1s and GT2s. And then in 2 weeks we actually have a charity race which we're broadcasting for a British charity, Macmillan Cancer. 12 hours of Daytona. But if anyone wants any information, we can. I can just put it away. I'm not going to plug it totally on the stream. It's your broadcasting.
Sure.
Good job.
Well, thank you. We're having a lot of fun with it. We've still got a few kinks to work out for sure, but there's no way to learn.
Well, Rome wasn't built in a day,
right?
Colin. Rome wasn't built in a day, so don't worry about
Exactly.
it. You're doing okay.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. All the
Anything
best,
else for Craig Thomas? We'll let him go.
I just want to say good luck with the rest of your race. You're doing a good job, you guys. And good luck trying to get on top of the Fuga Sport team.
Thank you very much, and good luck, guys. I know I've done 24-hour broadcast before. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. So good luck, guys. You're doing well.
Talking our heads off. Yes, thank you.
Cheers, man. Cheers.
Bye.
Yeah, that was the Craig King of the Freedom Maple Syrup car, who we did not long see ago. Have a few incidents in the car.
Yeah, overall a solid stint. I mean, it's not easy when, as he mentioned, he hasn't been maybe driving the LMP one since the last change in the car, and to come in and have to deal with that, and then come into the race being in the lead, that's some pressure, I think. So I think barring that one incident, it looks like his stints were mostly clean. I'm looking through the lap times. And they look pretty steady. Yeah, looks like you did at least 3 stints in the car, or three fuel runs. Yeah, a triple. So doing his part.
Yeah, he's applying to the team the knowledge. I'm obviously guessing that Alex Davison and Reggie Robertson are obviously trying to teach him in a very short notice. Yeah, he's done a great job with, as he says, a very short limited time he's had driving the car. And the short call up for the race. But still a big congrats for that those stints. From what we could see, except for the highlighted incident at the end, he's done a really good job there.
Yes, absolutely. Going through the field, continuing to go through the field, I'm gonna now focus on the DMC by HPSR Blue team. They are running 21st overall. I don't think I covered them. Just correct me if I'm wrong. No, these are not familiar names. We got Dominic Spicker, Nick Saluski, and Lucas Schwenk in the car from the Germany club. They're running the number 500 car, which is a Chevy Corvette today in GTE class. They're right now shown as 3 laps down from the lead, running in 21st spot. Looks like Dominic started the race, and then Nick took over, and Dominic is back in the car. As far as drivers shown, they do have Lucas as well on the roster, so presumably he'll be putting in an appearance at some point. But they're actually just exiting the pits right now. Moving on through the field, as it were. Enter Name Racing, Enter Name here, excuse me. They're running in 5th in LMP1. They are a team. Wow, they've got someone in Australia, Greg Dale, Christian Damkoller, California, and right now in the car is John Sanfilippo from the Midwest Division, which is a U.S. division. Looking at my information on the bios, Hayden Millington is not listed on the drivers right now, but presumably will be in the car later. He does say he races go-karts most weekends, and he's looking for a career in motorsports overall. He's been on the iRacing server for just during the year 2020, and he likes to watch F1 and V8 supercars. Surprise, surprise. And we're happy to welcome them to the series.
And I think it's that point of the stream, guys. We're getting obviously quite a way into the race. We'll start wrapping up here to end part 1 of the 24 hours here at Le Mans for round 1. We will briefly be doing a quick restart of the stream. Just a few final comments. So obviously, top 3 in each class. We're currently looking at Fuga Sim Sport in P1, Freedom Maple Syrup in P2, and Garage 69 in P3 for the LMP1 fields. In the LMP2, we have Equator Motorsports in P1, Give Me My Fishback Racing in P2, and LMP Boys in P3. And in the GTE field, we've got Team Bushfink Racing, Bro Sim Racing, and Porsche Sport as your top 3 there. We're going to look at ending the stream here, guys, quickly, and a quick restart. So if you stick around, we'll be back with you very, very quickly.